Are now live. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to give it a little bit for everybody to get in here. And we are in the finale. We have made it. We are here. It has been a very long 3 weeks. All right, we can get this loaded up. Hello, hello, hello. How are you, Sticker? What's going on, Shoo Shoo? You are first. I saw that. What's going on, Freya? How is everybody? We're in the grand finale, guys. Well, the finale. We got 2 matches today. We're gonna settle the bottom bracket and then pop up to the grand finale. So we're gonna make it nice and easy. So there's been a few adjustments. We'll talk about that as well. How are you, Antonio, Walter, Tiny Bug? Well, hey, how you doing, Cassio? Thank you for being here. I genuinely mean that. Walkzer. Hi, Walkzer. How are you? So we'll get into that with what the schedule is going to be like tonight. We've had a few adjustments and changes relative to the schedule, but we are finally here, day 7, 3 weeks into this. Learned a lot as shoutcaster, organizer, everything in between. I learned a lot. Yeah, I feel like what I did here with this tournament is that I applied to a job and I lied on the resume, and then I got accepted into the job, and now everyone knew within day 1 that I lied on my resume. Just like, oh, we learned a lot. Well, going back to not even knowing how to get the graphics, not knowing how to change the scenes. Oh boy, we've learned a lot. Not knowing how to get the webcams on here. No, oh, there's so much. Hello, how are we all doing? Vivi, hi. I hope that you all are doing well. And what we are doing, so the first matchup, uh-oh. We have to, let me get this on my phone. First matchup is going to be coming up very soon. And Eli is just a tad bit late, which is okay. So we're waiting for him to come just, yeah, I don't think he's going to get here right in the beginning of the first match just because he got stuck in traffic, or I should say first round. So, and what we are doing, we're going to get everything situated. We have MHX, and they are going to be going against Size Mustn't Matter first. So that is what's going to happen there. We're going to wait a little bit longer. We'll explain what happened with all of that stuff. And then, so what's going to happen is Size Mustn't Matter is going to go against MHX. And then the winner of that is going to shoot up and go against Globe. Now, originally, we were going to do the best out of a 5 round. And then if whoever wins between MHX and Size Mustn't Matter, if they were to hypothetically beat Globe, then we'd go into a second whole matchup and everything. Because the original rules, of course, is a double round elimination. It seems as if, especially with how long this tournament has been, all of the competitors and teams, from my understanding, have agreed that we're just going to have that one 5 round. And so Globe has been okay with that. They don't really care about trying to win that twice. It's more so of after this first matchup, it's just right into the final. And whatever happens within those 5 rounds, or if it go into overtime, that's who wins the overall tournament. And again, that was primarily agreed upon by all the remaining teams and players. I think we're all a little tired. I think we're all doing the best that we can, and if that's what they wanted, I perfectly, because the Paul Blums came to me and said, "Is it okay if we do this?" And I said, "Whatever the players want at this point, especially with with how much that we've had to go through with the tournament, and a 3-week tournament is just insane, and it's put a lot on everybody. And so I thank you all. And all I can tell you is that I promise you that I've taken so much wonderful feedback from the players, from the teams, including including the referees and the game makers who have had to go through a ridiculous amount of things in the past 3 weeks. I'm really learning, and we'll make sure that we can polish things up. But let me tell you something. I'm very excited for the refs and the game makers. The amount of stress that I put them through, I feel so bad about. So I'm hoping that I can continue working with them. And I mean, this is just such a massive tournament. It was huge, and so the next tournament will be projected sometime around February, give or take, maybe mid to late January, early February. It'll be a 2v8 tournament. The rules and the time slots and the schedule is going to be super strict, nice and easy. There's only going to be about, we don't know how many teams yet, but definitely not 64. I don't even think anywhere near 32 either. I think we need to dial that back. So I'm excited for that opportunity as well. And so I figured I would just say that on live feed. So with that being said, um, one of the one of the things that happened the reason why I was off of live feed so much last night is that there was a little bit of an error with the schedule, and so unfortunately Rival, they decided to forfeit out from their match later on in that evening. And to my recollection, they did have enough players to play because we were allowing dual factions. So I believe that they did end up having 4 players arrive on time, and that's because we fumbled the schedule with them a little bit, and so I tried my best to try to fix that and whatnot, and unfortunately we weren't able to come up with a conclusion, and so this is why we saw Rival forfeit, and from their standpoint, from my understanding, they would rather forfeit than have to try to scrape something up. Because of the schedule and errors, and so that was respected, and that was submitted approximately 19 to 18 minutes before they were set to appear at 11 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. So that means that SMM moves forward from there, and that's why we have MHX on the bottom. And there was also some issues, I believe, with Omni and their schedules as well. So Globe progresses forward. And so this is where we're at now in the tournament, where we're down to the final 3 teams. And remember, guys, there's so many players and teams that have done the best with their schedule. And as tournament organizers, we allowed people 72 hours to add anybody to their team in order to accommodate for this final week. And we also increased the player threshold where they would have been able to have as many players within reason, 9, 10. Coaches can also compete, and we also allow dual faction. So if you're a survivor, you can also play a hunter. So we did do the best that we could to change up some of those original rules in order to accommodate for everybody. So, but at the end of the day, I mean, guys, it's a 3-week tournament. Everyone's doing their best. Y'all got finals now in college, and we got the holidays coming up. Thanksgiving was there. Identity 5 does a damn maintenance 3 hours before they know. We had matches going on. NetEase, come here. I would like to yell at you. We had matches going on. Y'all put the maintenance 3 hours early, and I'm just like, y'all not giving me a break. I'm already drowning, and you put maintenance 3 hours. When that happened, I'm done. I'm done. I can't. But with that being said, 64 teams arrived. 64 teams competed. 64 teams had to make sacrifices due to my inability to make sure that this would all be nice and polished. And the refs, like I said, the game makers, they've had to go through so much, and that makes me feel really awful. So what I can tell you though is that me personally, we'll be learning, we'll be improving, things will be much more organized. When we do have the pick selections going on now, so we're going to transition into that sort of phase, but I did want to open up this tournament having that very real dialogue with you all, because I do try to be as transparent as possible. And thank you for joining my TED Talk. And here we are. This is round 1, first half. This is going to be Size Mustn't Matter in MHX, the the team that loses in this will be eliminated from the tournament, and the winner of this does go up for the grand finale against Globe. And we can see Seer, Antiquarian, I believe, also being banned, Puppeteer, Dancer as well. And you can obviously see these selections. Very impressed seeing Magician being selected more. That makes me very happy. I've been a Magician main for a very long time, and it's good to see their kite ability and kite and potential to really be out there. So with that being said, we are waiting on the final selection here. We still have another survivor that needs to be selected as well as a hunter. And so I want to thank you all as well, because you all have been incredibly patient with me as well. Last night I kept leaving the live feed. And we see that Professor, and it's interesting seeing Professor, especially after the adjustments. Not only did they have that 3 hour earlier maintenance than expected, but then all of the players had to adjust to all of these adjustments with the hunters and the survivors. So because of Omni's scheduling issue regarding their players and whatnot, they had to drop out from the tournament, and that was based on where they were at. Yesterday they couldn't compete, so we tried to do our best to accommodate for them with the schedule. And so they were originally supposed to compete yesterday, but then they weren't able to make it. But it kind of worked out in our favor because we wanted all the bottom bracket to get polished up and get completed. So it kind of worked in our favor. So it didn't really alter too much, but then unfortunately they weren't able to make it today either. And so, there's only so much that we can do as tournament organizers for that. And I know Omni's aware of that. But I do think that I do congratulate them for being part of the tournament and making it as far as what they did. And it's going to be very interesting to see how Omni is going to perform in KOA. But let's focus now on Size Mustn't Matter and MHX, because SMM, they've been fantastic to work with in terms of my personal interactions with them. And this is a team that recently just got formed for the sake of this tournament. This isn't like a professional team in the sense of they've been playing together for a long time. That's not how this team has ever been. There's just a whole bunch of folks who just decided to join up. And the fact that they're still here, especially so late in the tournament, is actually a very impressive thing. And it's going to be interesting to see if this group kind of sticks together, because for them to make it this far after 64 teams as a brand new team that doesn't really, I don't even know if they formed this team to actually have any professional establishment. They just wanted to play. And the fact that you're still in this tournament is just mighty, mighty impressive. MHX. So MHX is arguably a top 4 team in all of NAEU. They lost to Globe. They were actually beating Globe, and we can see Goatman being selected there. They were beating Globe. This is about a week or two back, and Globe was able to come back and finish them off. And so MHX came into the bottom round, and they've been really doing a good job at eliminating very tough competition down there. And so this is where we're at now. And again, the winner of this is going to go to the finals this evening, and they'll be facing Globe. So with that being said, the official lineups have been submitted, and we have a Wildling, a Magician. We got Psychologist, right? God, still learning these character models. Professor against Goatman. Apparently last night I kept saying Goatkeeper, and I kept saying Goatkeeper, and then I told myself I wasn't going to call them Goatkeeper, and then I immediately 2 seconds later called them Goatkeeper, and it wasn't intentionally done, and I was so mad that I muted my mic. I was literally like, you know what, I'm done with this, and I retire. I've been back for like 1 month. I'm done. Going back in retirement. We are waiting the map. The map spawn layout is about to happen very soon. We're waiting on that as well. And I do see you all chat. Hello there. And yeah, somebody wrote Goatkeeper is insane. And we're gonna make that a thing and just start calling him Goatkeeper. And let's switch over here now to the spawn selection. And we can see we're going to be in this sort of straight line with Spirit all the way to the right. And so let's see what Goatman's selection is going to be to kind of turn this around. Goatman did have a did have an adjustment on Wednesday, and that's something that a lot of these players are adjusted to midway in this tournament or late way in this tournament. And so that should be something that everybody should be aware of as well. And we are almost ready. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the start of the last day of a very, very long tournament. And I am very excited to see what's about to happen here. Round one. This is the upper half of this match with Size Mustn't Matter versus MHX. And let's transition over here. And we see that it is Goatman on Arms Factory moving towards the Wildling. Wildling's going to have this sort of tinnitus hug. It seems like Goatman was already able to see, and they're probably, are they going to chase? It looks like they are going to chase, and gets a pretty early hit on that Wildling, so that's going to put them in a little bit of a tough spot here. Typically what I would see there is a Wildling trying to do tinnitus hugging and break in line of sight, but that's a lot more difficult to do that against a Goatman. But with that being said, now they're going to transition out. Ooh, unfortunate with the obstacle, is able to readjust here. Let's see how Spirit Snow plays in this spot. This is a Professor, so again, they recently had an adjustment. Waited it out, got the hit on the Professor. No, didn't. No. Is that the Psychologist? That might be the... No, it isn't. Okay, it's the Professor. You know what? It's not fair that they got this adjustment halfway through. Now I got to learn everything about a Professor. Very beautiful spot, or hit rather, from Goatman. Professor's still up. They are at 5 ciphers, 38% with the decoding being done over here. Nope, decoding is not being over there. Beautiful hit on Professor. Now the question is what is Wildling got? It seems like they're going to try to be in a harassing situation to buy time. And so again, this is, I don't want to say it's a newer strategy. This is something we've seen more and more, but that's a little bit difficult with Goatman and being able to use it. But we also saw this against Rival with Globe. Beautiful hit on them. Still buying time though. 4 ciphers still up. And you can see this Wildling trying to buy as much time as possible, only at that 50% healing. And Professor is about to be chaired. Bunch of time being bought right there. And that is the first time Professor was put on the rocket chair. We're going to see where the defense comes in line here. Magician has wanted order on them, so Wildling going to try to get themselves in a position to get this rescue. The problem is beautiful stun from the Wildling. That's a very important stun. The boar's not up for another 30 seconds, though, because he got knocked off by the Goatman because they were harassing. So there's going to be a while before that boar pops up. Professor's still up, still buying time. Again, that boar is going to be up in about another 13 seconds. Remember that when Wildling is hit off of that boar, it's a 60-second cooldown, whereas if they manually get off the boar, it's significantly reduced. This is very good kite and buying as much time as possible. Professor still is now up, and the question is Wildling going to be able to buy even more time? They are going to go on their boar here. They're at the 3 cipher, 78% decoding from Magician gets them down. Now, can Wildling continue buying time here? It is going to be a very important moment because, again, they got 2 separate ciphers that are going. Magician is at 92%. They get the hit. 1 hit on that Wildling. No. Yep. Beautiful stun. Let's see if Professor can get away. Do they have enough time? Still up because of the chip damage with the Goatman. They're still up. There's 2 ciphers. 58% on one of them. Still buying time. Let's see how this Wildling can try to do some sort of block. Beautiful block from the Wildling. Gets the hit. They're at 2 ciphers still. One's at 9%, one's at 74%. They're still up. They're still buying time. Question is Spirit Snow going to be able to break line of sight? He is going to see this trail, and I believe they did get that rescue before half. These survivors are doing a good job against this Goatman right now, but Goatman, again, cannot underestimate what they're capable of doing. Still at 2 ciphers. Beautiful hit on the Professor. The other cipher is at 88%. Another one's at 50%. Here's the Wildling going to try to harass again and try to buy as much time as they possibly can. This Wildling's doing well. Beautiful gate from Goatman. I almost said Goatkeeper, but the question is he's going to put them all the way down here in the basement. The only thing about this, though, is that you are allowing more decoding to happen. However, the rescue is going to be more difficult. So I can't see where Wildling is right now. There is a 13-second cooldown on that boar. So they might go in, try to get this rescue before using the bore, obviously, and they're going to get this rescue right now. And the question is the pop going to be up in time? It looks like the Cypher machine is primed. They get the hit on the Professor. They take it down. They get a little bit here. And what is... I cannot see this. Wildling trying to body block as much as they can. That was a beautiful move right there. That was an excellent prediction from the Professor. They got 3 people up. This is a beautiful... Oh! That was a very good juke back from Goatman, but I think Wildling's going to be able to get back. Are they going to get the 3-person? I don't know what's happening here. I know that 1 person is still down, but they are harassing buying time. They get the hit on Wildling. Wildling is now down. The healing is at 50%. Psychologist is, I think, over at that gate. The question is what are they going to do? Because Spirit Snow might be able to pop themselves up here. But the healing is only at 80%. That's the only thing. So I think Goatman is going to be able to secure a tie here unless the... Nope. Beautiful flywheel. Able to get the hit, though, unfortunately. So now Professor cannot get themselves back up. The question is, will Wildling be able to? But Wildling doesn't have that bore for another 28 seconds. And it seems like they're more so focused in on the crawl. And it looks like Goatman might be able to squeeze out this tie. And this has been very much so action-packed, but again, I think the tension's going on for another 44 seconds, so it does seem like the survivors, they are going to leave. They're going to go for that tie, but that was a very, very close match. Is there a chair for... There should be a chair over here. Oh, wait, no, Wildling is now up. Wildling is up. He's going to have the board that I tried to write him off too quickly. How's he going to use it in this area? He gets hit off of the board. That's the only thing, but he's still chucking away. I don't think this is going to be difficult. Goatman is able to secure the 4-person. You know, I'm not going to lie. This is much more difficult trying to do this by myself. Whew. I just felt like I was on a roller coaster there. I feel like I was part of a roller coaster, and I just kept going back and forth, and I was starting to panic a little bit, but I was able to dial it back a little bit. Well, I'm trying here. Where are you, Eli? You've been carrying me. I need you back. Excellent gameplay from MHX as well as Size Mustn't Matter. That was a very good performance in the upper half of match 1, and that will be a tie. That was so close right there. And that's really showing why Goatman has so much potential in order to be able to block certain rescues, being able to block off access points to the exit gate. I mean, that was fantastic. Fantastic. Good game to both teams. I think this was a fantastic opening matchup. Round 1, upper half to start the final day of the Identity 5 Persuade tournament. And you know what's funny? I forgot to name the tournament. We were about to start the tournament on the first week, and so when we were doing the graphics, that's why they're all, one says Identity 5 Persuade tournament, the title within the live feed I think says Perswayable. Then it says 2024. We didn't even know what the name, we got so focused on trying. So my goal for the next tournament is to get step 1 down, and that is make the name of the tournament. And so I am waiting for confirmation for the next match. What are your thoughts there? Goatman is extremely good against Goatman, honestly. He has a chip hit that allows him to tank chip damage, which can also allow him to save his shield. Yeah, you mean Professor. Okay. Jester, I was reading what you're like, Goatman's good against Goatman. Yeah, well, that's the difficult part, too, with watching some of the Professor gameplay now, because the adjustment just happened on Wednesday. And so when we were preparing for this, we're looking at all the characters, we're familiarizing ourselves, but at that point in time, Professor wasn't being used in the first 2 weeks, really. Excuse me. So for there to be an adjustment, and now you got to catch up to that. And I'm here on live feed. I'm over here sweating a little bit because I'm like, I'm a little rusty. I'm a little rusty, but we're trying here. But I mean, again, I think that the survivors, Goatman had an early game. He was doing pretty well in early game. He was able to get that early hit on that Wildling, and the fact that rescue off of the first rocket chair. The fact that they were able to get that rescue off, and then the wildling literally didn't have their boar for like another 30 seconds. I was genuinely like, Goatman's gonna probably get the professor down because Wildling doesn't have their boar. And that professor did a fantastic job in that area, able to really kite well, have a very good recovery kite after that first rescue. And Wildling's harassment was fantastic. And you could see that towards the second down, before going into basement for the second rocket chair. You could see that Goatman did a better job at using their wall to really cutting off Wildling. And we saw this earlier, like I said, during the match between Globe and Rival, where you could see Wildling harassing Sprinter's Goatman round one on Eversleep in town. And so we're seeing once again how a harassing Wildling was able to buy a whole bunch of time. But really, that professor, the synergy between Professor and Wildling right there, in my opinion, is what almost set them up for a win because that first rescue was just you could see the synergy and it was fantastic to watch that and I'm hoping that we see more of it. And we are getting into the next selections of the band pick phase. We can see these selections here with coordinator band, acrobat band, as well as a first officer band. We have that's puppeteer, right? We got puppeteer, doctor, as well as professor. We're waiting on that last selection. So, with that being said, it is 2-2. Round one, bottom half now. I found it that it's just easier to say top half and bottom half, which is usually what they would refer to it back in the day as. I don't know if they ever changed up the official verbiage, but that always made it easier on my end in order to kind of be able to remember at which section we are within this tournament. We are still waiting on these final selections. And chat, by the way, I see you all, and I want you all to know that you have all been fantastic. Not only last weekend, but this weekend as well. You've all been very silly and funny and fun to work with, and I've been trying to read all the comments all throughout the streams. And I think that you guys have really helped me out a lot too. So being able to stay interactive with you is something that I really wanted to try during the tournaments because typically shoutcasters don't read the comments there. They're more so talking and focusing on what's happening, and that's perfectly fine, and that's what we should be doing. But there's some times where I feel like there's some moments where we can look at that chat and stay engaging and remind everybody that we appreciate all your support. So I wanted to challenge myself to do a better job at that on me personally. And it's been a wonderful experience just being able to see so many familiar names weekend after weekend after weekend. I've seen some of your names over and over for these past 3 weekends, and I want you to know again that I appreciate you all for being here. And it's been a very long tournament. We are waiting for that last selection, and I do not have an estimated time of arrival. Oh, wait, no, I think I do. I think we have an estimated. Give me 1 second. I think we can get Eli here, folks. We'll get Eli here. And we will wait for that. In the meantime, we got the band pick phase still going. We are waiting for the. Hello, Eli. You are here.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
I can. And are you in the game?
1 second. I'm not in the game. Let me get on. Hold on. Not on the phone. On the iPad. Wait. Crap.
So Eli, did you just see that? All right. I don't know if we got you in here though. That's the only thing.
It's all good.
Hermit was selected. We'll wait for the gameplay. Yo, I think you were lagging for a second because you just literally poofed.
Huh?
Yeah, you just like poofed away.
Like right now?
No, yeah, like 1 minute you were there, and the next minute you literally just disappeared.
Like, am I
What?
gone right now?
Hold on, let me see. No, like you went invisible. Like your webcam was still up, dude. You gotta go back and watch it. It was kind of freaky. Like 1 minute we're
Okay.
all I see you, and then instantly like your webcam's still up, your mic is still there, and you just disappear. You like literally illusion wand in real life.
Wait, I'm gonna look. I'm curious.
Yeah,
Um,
I think it was just a little bit of a lag on our end. That's all. All right. So we are going with the map selection. I keep saying that, and I should be saying the spawn selection aspect of things.
yeah. I still haven't set up my new PC. Yeah, I didn't. But this is on my old one, so it should be fine. Hopefully. Potentially.
All right,
Wait, do I have the right mic setting? Hold on.
I think I don't know.
Microphone. Yeah,
All
yeah.
right.
It's okay. We're good.
We're gonna still probably see your head in the background there, Eli. I never fixed that.
Okay.
Never got fixed. All right, so we have Hermit here. Round one, bottom half, looking to at least get a tie here at a bare minimum to tie the round. If they can get a 3-person elimination, and that's going to allow them to have the first victory of round one. And we can see that they're moving all the way towards, I believe that's Doctor. Doctor is rotating. Is that Doctor? I believe that is Doctor. And you're going to see them breaking that line of sight, so they're going to use this to their advantage. And was able to predict that the Hermit was going to go around that, but Hermit double backing, able to catch back up to that Doctor.
And, you know, they did bring the Doctor in preparation of this Hermit. I'm not going to be able to do play-by-play live because I'm a little bit behind because I'm not in the game. But I can say that Doctor is a character that's considerably strong against Hermit. Every time you take those chip hits, Doctor is one of those characters that can heal herself and remove that chip damage.
Let's see. They get the hit on Doctor. Beautiful flywheel, able to extend this a little bit. This Hermit is using warp as well. We are not seeing blink. So that's going to buy them a little bit of time. Let's see how they're going to use this to their advantage. They are moving here pretty fast, breaking line of sight. And it seems like they are going to be sharing the damage over here, using that pallet. Good. Trying to really just separate. And you got to ask yourself if they're going to get a heal off in time. It's going to be a little difficult to pull that off in this area. How far is the delay for you, Eli?
It's about 10 seconds. So, yeah.
Okay. And they are at their final 25% health. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get off a heal over here. We're going to see. It's going to be a really close. Does get a little bit of a heal off right there. They're going to keep extending this. That's a very big move. Big moment for the dancer. Not the dancer. The Doctor. Eli, help.
Keep in mind, Doctor also recently received an adjustment where if she's healing and she's hit while healing, the heal doesn't reset. She can continue healing from the point she was at. So let's say she was 70% healed with the syringe and then she's hit. It doesn't go back to 0. She can continue at 70% till that heal finishes. So that's something to keep in mind as well against while chasing a Hermit, but that could be important in this guy.
Right, and that's actually good that you mentioned that. Ooh, they get the hit off. They're still up though. And I don't know what their healing status is, unfortunately, but she's trying here. She's going to get through this window and try to extend this for as long as they possibly can. Is able to hit that charge. That was very good from the Doctor, making sure that they're going to continue sharing damage. This survivor is doing a very good job and is going to get a hit, but guess what? She is still up. She gets off another little
Yep.
heal right there. This is really big. 2 ciphers remain, and this is an absolutely fantastic kite from the doctor and good coordination among the team. Really taking that chip damage and sharing it to extend this. This is great coordination from the survivors. Beautiful flywheel.
And this is why Doctor's just such a great character against Hermit. You know, the ability to the survivors will share this damage so Doctor won't go down, and she can just keep healing those chips over and over. And she can extend. Not only can she support teammates by sharing damage if she's not kiting, but if she is kiting, she can keep healing herself mid kite.
It's a beautiful stun once again, buying as much time as what she can for the entire team. 2 ciphers remaining. Let's see if they're gonna get this off. All right, gets the doctor down. One of the ciphers at 76%. Seems like there's some healing that's happening over there as well. And the puppeteer is at that 81% cipher. I do not know what that last cipher is at currently. And
I'm not sure.
Professor is gonna, I think Professor's setting themselves up for, or we see Gravekeeper is currently digging to get that. Yeah, so we are gonna see a Gravekeeper go in there. I almost said Gravedigger. I'm telling you, the age is catching up. We see that rescue off in time. 1 cipher is remaining. So the question is how does Hermit play this area? Does he really just try to contest this cipher over here?
Well, he's going to try to connect the last 3 ciphers to slow it down. I mean, I guess you would stop the cipher with the most progress, but at this point, it's really difficult to stop these survivors. You know, especially if they're able to share damage and create a position where they can just open a new cipher machine and honestly prevent any down at all. The Hermit's just so far behind at this point in the game.
Does get that hit. Still trying to track all of these ciphers right now. Puppeteer is on another cipher, but that cipher is sharing progress still, right? So it's still gonna get decoded.
It will receive, yeah, some decoding progress. So
All right.
it's sort of like a prisoner connection. They can push that cipher if it's connected,
Right.
or they can just do a new one.
Gravekeeper uses their dig ability in order to kind of prolong this area over here. 1 cipher still remaining. I think that cipher might be primed. Yep, it is primed. They do go for the pop, and Gravekeeper able to get into the factory. And now, what does Hermit do? Hermit is looking for a tie here. 2 people eliminated. If he's able to do that, then he would tie this round 1, simply because the upper half was a 2-person escape. And you're gonna get this hit right here on the doctor. Again, doctor being able to dominate this round, doing very well. This very much so might be a difficult position for Hermit because they don't have the warp now. But they're gonna go all the way back. Was able to get to it just in time. And that was a good move from them. Is that last gate open?
I'm not sure, but I'll find out in a moment.
Hermit really can't afford to get to only eliminate 1 person. They're going to be in a very difficult spot if they do here. And these survivors are doing everything right. That doctor's performance was so fantastic. Look at them using this area to the best of their ability. I think they're going to put themselves in a position where they were going to try to get to the dungeon. I don't think they're going to be able to make that, and this does look like it's going to be a 3-person escape, which is a very big moment. That hunter was looking for a 2-person elimination, and I'm going to switch this back to the Shoutcaster screen. Hello again, Eli.
What's up? Huh, I wonder if... No, Puppeteer's still... I forgot Puppeteer does have the Hermit deals the extra damage, so still would go down there.
Yeah.
All right. So what was the result from the first round?
So the first round was a tie, so 2-2, and then going in there, MHX was able to get the additional 3-person escape there. So MHX is going to win round 1. So we really need a good performance from Size Mustn't Matter in round 2, at least a tie, in order to extend us into the 3rd round. And let me invite you as well now. That is probably the best kite I've seen in the entire tournament so far. I think that takes the number 1 spot so far. That was a very dominant performance from that doctor. I mean, they played everything right. They used the environment to their best ability, and then the survivors also knew exactly how to use the charges in their favor. She timed all of her heals exactly when they needed to get done. Really extended it. That was a very, very dominant performance, and that's tough when you're a hermit in that position. And so you're saying that from you're operating under the presumption that that doctor was chosen, knowing that hermit was probably going to be selected first, correct?
Yeah, well, I'm a little surprised. I think they were more considering Ivy, and then Yindy ended up going Hermit as well, which is kind of interesting, especially considering that Hermit's also weak to Doctor. So I was kind of expecting that we would see a uh something else, like an opera singer or some other sort of character, maybe Goatman. But the fact that we saw, because Ivy and again, Doctor good against Ivy um and the Hermit, so forced him off of Ivy, but they still ended up going Hermit, which is a little bit interesting. I would have definitely expected something a little bit different. But I mean, overall, I mean, this is exactly what the survivors wanted. They were able to play Doctor into a character that they were hoping to get, which they did. And as you mentioned, they got a tie in the first round, so that would mean that MHX would win the first round, right? If it was a 2-2 and then a 3-1 here.
MHX did win the first round, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And that scoreboard will be updated. And then Eli, I am pretty sure that you are aware, but just in case, the winner of this goes up against Globe for the grand finale, and there is only going to be one 5 round competition. There is not going to be a playback or anything like that. All
Yeah.
the teams agreed, from my understanding, that they would prefer just a one 5 round match, and winner just wins from there.
Yeah. So it's just gonna be a best of five against Globe. The winner of this will go on to face them, of course, and that'll be a very exciting matchup. I know MHX is really looking to get their redemption there, as they did fall a little bit short the first time. And then SMM is this team that is really looking to work their way into a championship spot. They were in the winners bracket all the way up until the end there, which they did end up losing a match to can't remember which match they ended up losing. I think it was Omni, and and just like that, or maybe it was either Globe or Omni. I can't remember, but
MHX was beating
no,
Globe.
SMM. I
Oh,
can't.
SMM.
Yeah, I think it was Globe. So they're going to be looking for redemption matches. So Globe's beaten both. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Globe's beaten both of these teams already. So both these teams are going to be looking for to get that win back against them.
And I think that's fair to say for sure. I mean, MHX versus Globe was very, very close. MHX was winning in that first round against Globe, and Globe was able to muster enough points, and they came back within round two and three. And so you got to ask yourself, does MHX have a chip on their shoulder now? Because they played so well against Globe in round one. And so it seems like if them two are to go against each other, MHX is definitely going to want to show what they can do in 5 rounds. But again, SMM still here. This is not a professional team. This is not a team that was been professionally formed. They're just a bunch of folks who wanted to join up for the sake of the tournament. The fact that they're able to make it this far, especially with them tying and doing pretty well in that first half of round one, or actually doing very well in the first half of round one, is really showing what they can do against very top tiered sort of teams. And so I think SMM, I don't think it's right to write them off just yet, right? So we're gonna go into round two, but they do have to pull something off. They cannot afford to lose in round two, or they will be eliminated in this tournament.
Definitely, it all comes down to. I mean, we've gone through how many teams have we've got 64 teams, and we're down to three. I
Yep.
mean, that's insane. Um, You know, it's been a long tournament. It's been a lot of matches, and yeah, we're down to the final teams here. This is becoming uh this is becoming very intense. We see not a lot of some of these matches throughout the majority of this event. We've seen sometimes they've been a bit one sided. One team is winning with a 2-0 victory and whatnot, and these matches are just going to get closer and closer. We saw the first match of this set 5-3, very literally a one survivor difference in escape in the first round. And then once we do get to the finals, we saw MHX had an incredibly close matchup against Globe earlier in this event, in which I think Globe ended up winning by a single survivor escape, and then Globe was barely able to defeat SMM. So a lot of these teams are very good, and at the end of the day, it's there's a lot of exciting action here. So We're gonna find out. Yeah, we're gonna find out who's able to take this now. The thing for SMM is since they did fall in the first round, they're gonna really want to try to make a comeback here. Now it's not one of those situations where it's like, okay, we have to win 2 rounds in a row because we lost by so much in the first round. It was a close first round. So if one of these rounds is tied, it just means that they'll just have to win one more round, one of the next 2 rounds, and tie one, and they'll be fine. But realistically, it's still where MHX wants to be in an early lead here, and it's looking pretty good for them. So
We are going to transition to the band pick phase. Again, this is going to start round two. So round one did just conclude with MHX having a very good victory. So now in this round, round two, as I mentioned, size mustn't matter. They cannot afford to lose. So they really have to at least do a bare minimum of tie-in here in order to get that to the third round. And it seems like the map is going to be a red church selection.
it's gonna be red church here. Which is pretty standard second round map. We saw Mushin obviously has the Goatman and Ivy available. Red Church being a smaller map is pretty good for Ivy, and so that's pretty. I mean, to keep in mind with the Goatman ban here, that makes sense. Looks like MHX survivors don't want to have to deal with that character. Now for Yindi, the question is where does Yindi go with this? We saw him play Hermit in the first round. Didn't quite go his way. He still has Ivy, still has Hermit again because the Goatman is banned. He has um some other characters as well, such as Clerk or Opera. So I mean, all those are potential options here, and all of them would be considered good on Red Church, which I guess the exception of Hermit. Hermit's not incredibly good on Church, but for the most part, a lot of his hunters are gonna be pretty good here. Someone said Red Church. Oh my God, play Mind's Eye. That's not. Don't think that's how. Don't think that's gonna happen. But hate to break it to you. But yeah, here we go. We got the MHX survivors joining here. And with the coordinator ban, this is pretty standard. Obviously, coordinator is one of the strongest characters in the game currently against a lot of the meta. Coordinator is also very good on church. The reason why is as a survivor, if you transition into church, a common strategy with cord is the cord spawns church, and a survivor that's kiting outside of church will kite to church. And then when they vault the window into church and the hunter vaults in after them, the cord will shoot the hunter, giving the survivor that just kited there a ton of distance. Um, so that's something to consider as well by getting rid of that character.
Yep, fire investigator, correct, as well as priestess. So with the red church selection, are you expecting any opera play?
It's possible. Looking at these bands, it's definitely possible. Coordinator, um, acrobat, even wildling could be considered good for opera bands. I would expect the survivors to maybe pick up Gardner here. The problem is Gardner is somewhat weak to Ivy, so they have to consider the Ivy option as well here. I don't know if that's going to be something they'll really think too much about, but with the Wildling ban, they may go into a rescuer next. Officer and Merc available. They may just pick it last. Because again, between Officer and Merc, you can just kind of wait till the end to pick it up here. But definitely they have options such as Psychologist or Barmaid if they're really worried about the Ivy or Clerk for that matter, or Hermit. So the problem with playing Barmaid is Barmaid's also weak to Opera. So if Yindi decides to switch up go Opera here, then it kind of puts you in an awkward position where it's like, okay, um, it puts it in an awkward position where it's like, why if we're gonna go barmaid here, it just creates a really easy chase for the sorry, spaced out. Creates an easy chase for the opera singer.
We are still waiting for those last two final selections. Um, so Eli, explain to chat why you were late.
Oh, I had to help parents with stuff.
I don't know, man. I thought
So
you said you got stuck in traffic.
oh well that was coming back from where I was at, yeah.
See what I mean? It's kind of like my dog ate my homework, you know?
That's not it was I literally told I said in the morning I had to help them and then I said on the way back I was stuck in traffic. That's the same thing. That's not oh my god. That's literally the same, like that's like okay, like if I was said like, oh, I had to help them with something, and then I said, oh, I was at the gym or something, then I don't know. But yeah. My bad guys. I'm gonna I'm going to get a I don't know what's an IDV reference I could use for getting home quicker. I'm trying to think of something.
Y-
Um,
Next time you'll take the tram.
Next time I'll just bring teleport. I'll take the train. Or I'll just bring teleport next time, or warp. I'll warp back home.
There we go. That's fair. That's fair. And we are still waiting for that hunter selection, so I'm sure that it's all getting dialed in very soon here. It's going to be a very, very big round. Very big round. And so, my question to you, Eli, is what are your thoughts about, even though we don't see them selected right now, but did you see any of that Professor gameplay in the previous round?
We haven't seen it too much, but recently a lot of people have started to consider Professor as a strong character against certain hunters, such as Opera Singer. Professor's pretty good there. Such as Goatman. Professor's considered to be pretty good there. Although Goatman is banned, not so much against something like Ivy. So I guess
With
with
the
that being
adjustment?
said, this opens up Ivy here now that Professor's no longer available. But I don't know. We'll see if he does go down that route. The problem with playing Ivy is Ivy's considerably weak to Prospector in terms of Ivy can be a very fragile character when dealing with harassment characters. So Prospector has a lot of potential against her. And Opera Ivy look very good here. I mean, we know Yindi has Clerk as well. I don't know if he'll play Clerk into this comp though. Clerk seems a little underwhelming. Prospector being good against Clerk. Fire Investigator is can be pretty good against Clerk, or is good against Clerk. Priestess can be as well in Spawn in Church. So it seems a little bit unlikely we'll see that. But I think the survivors are kind of Opera here would be very good. I think Opera would be good against this comp. I think that Ivy and Clerk though would not be very good in this
Mm,
case.
We are seeing that final selection. So we're gonna wait to load in. And if you're Yin, what are you looking to do here? Because
It's gonna be Opera.
yeah. So like, what are you looking to do? Because
You're looking to chase Prospector. Prospector's very weak to Ivy. Ivy's too fast. Prospector does not have enough time to get a stun off for the most part against Ivy. If they do a repel stun, they never have enough time. If they do an attract stun, sometimes they do, but it's very short. And Opera can instantly dash after the Prospector. The stun is almost ineffective. So Opera is a great character selection here for Yindi. It's very good against this comp. Opera can deal with the Fire Investigator airbags quickly. Priestess portals are not too effective because Ivy or Opera can quickly speed up and catch up to the Priestess after the stun, and the Prospector magnets are very weak to Opera. So overall, this comp is a counter comp to Clerk and Ivy, but they kind of just sacrificed the Opera Singer matchup, and that's what Yindi decided to go with, which I think is the correct call from him.
your dog is pissed.
I
Yeah,
I don't
somebody
even know how
some
you hear that. Is my
somebody
mic that
pissed the
sensitive?
dog off, and whoever did, they should be held responsible.
There's a few of
And
them barking, I
well,
think.
then somebody is a culprit because they're all trying to say the same thing, from my perspective.
Yeah, maybe. They
Don't show too much enthusiasm.
they, they probably saw another dog outside and they started barking at it or something. I don't
Uh,
know.
there you go. It's official gameplay. That can you imagine? Who pissed the dogs off? Woof, woof, woof. All right, here we are. We are going into the gameplay now.
By the way, are you streaming this match like through your computer or your phone? Like, are you looking at the gameplay on your phone or your computer? Like, what is
My
it?
computer.
Okay, so you're like
It's
on PC
yeah,
IDV.
it's starting right
Okay,
now.
got you. All right, here we go. Let's see where Yindi goes first. We're gonna see him rotate towards Church's location of the Priestess, which again, not a bad target. Any of these targets would honestly be fine for him. Does miss a dash there. Unfortunately, it's just slow him down a little bit, but any of these targets are fine. Prospector would be best. I would say Priestess is second best and Investigator is third best. Looks like he is going for that Priestess first. She's going to portal through to this pallet. Priestess with another portal, using them up a bit early here. Yindi's just going to take down both of them. Needs to be careful. Oh,
Oof.
just misses that hit at the pallet.
Oh, wow. Really slowing them down.
And Fire Investigator is going to give some distance to the Priestess here. I don't know if it's actually going to be too impactful, as Priestess is still kind of stuck in this back gate area, but it does waste a little bit of extra time. And now Priestess just doing a great job. And Persway, I know you mentioned I just pallet spam Opera, and to be honest, you're right. That's kind of how it goes here. And Priestess doing a very good job of utilizing each pallet properly to its fullest effect. We'll see if Fire Investigator can get another bomb down here or another airbag. I don't think he's gonna be able to do so. Gets the blink onto the Priestess, and he's gonna secure the down here.
And the question there is that do you think that what we're seeing
What?
here is one of the
What's that?
changes from the recent nerfs? Are we seeing some difference in this gameplay because of that nerf?
Well, her pallet breaking speed is slow, which is really annoying. I can attest for that. I've been playing Opera a lot recently. And her dashes, I guess, were nerfed as well. I'm not sure if that's. It does feel a bit slower, I suppose. I'm not really sure if that's true or not. I think that was one that was brought up. But playing Opera does feel. I will say, just playing Opera in general feels worse from when she first came out. Opera when she first came out was
Ooh,
broken. She was
gets
the
the
best hunter in the
portal off
game.
in
She would
time.
still be the best hunter in the game if she wasn't nerfed. But that's no longer the case here.
And would you relocate here? I would presume that the basement's not here or dungeon and
No.
basement. Here
Well,
we
we might
go.
see the Prospector try to support this. I think she's dying inside church, so maybe Prospector could try to buy some time. The problem with this is Prospector, as we talked about, is just so weak to this hunter. He gets the stun off. He's going to go for another one, but there's a good chance that she's just... Oh, well, she's just going to go back. That's also fine. Prospector's got one more magnet. Are we going to see the last magnet here at the door? There's the magnet. Gets the stun. Beautiful
Ooh,
stun. Can they body block?
this is
Oh, can they get the
big.
body block? Does get the
Ooh,
body block.
gets the body block. Wow, that's very good gameplay here because they're at that 3 ciphers. What's the 34%, 18%? But they still got a long way to go.
Yeah, they do. But this Survivor team of MHX is playing really, really well right now. We're gonna see a mid-place on market share for the second time, but I mean, considering that it is an Opera, the cipher progress is going pretty well. They have a cipher at 50, a cipher at 60, another one at 40. So they have all their ciphers here. Prospector needs to not go down. The Prospector goes down, this could be really bad. Able to flywheel the first hit, and is gonna stay alive here. Looks like Fire Investigator coming for the rescue is gonna take that hit. Gonna be able to make the rescue, but can this survivor rebound kite? There's the airbag. Doesn't do too much for this Priestess here. Priestess stuck in a bad area. Goes for the swing. Gets the hit through the pallet, and Priestess will be eliminated on share. Now, the biggest problem here is Yindy's also going very deep for this double hit. I wonder if he's actually able to get this off. He really, really wants this double down here, and he blinks to get it. Problem is, Priestess heals really fast. So Yindy leaving Priestess on the ground for this long is going to give her a chance to get up, I think. I just don't think she's going to be able to really go anywhere with it. Priestess is back up. Cutting in these pallets. Can she waste some time here? Gets a portal off. Here's the officer to body block with one cipher remaining. They have the Fire Investigator will self-heal and do the cipher. It's almost done. It's about 70%. Prospector's here to harass. I think Yindy might have overextended a little bit on the Priestess down here. Here's Prospector for the support. Let's see what he's
They're
able to
really
do.
buying a lot of time.
Yeah. Okay.
Beautiful
wastes a
stun.
little bit short stun, but gets some time wasted there. Can Priestess live through this pallet here? Oh, gets the hit through the pallet. What's the cipher at? It's 90%. Can Prospector get a magnet? Prospector gets a pallet stun. He needs to get one stun here. He needs to get one stun here so they can prime the cipher machine. Oh, he's just going to go for the force heal. They'll have the cipher ready. They're going to pop right now. It's a 4-survivor endgame.
That's beautiful movement from them. The real question is how they're gonna be able to get all 3 or all 4 out. Remember, they can't really afford this when you're on the hunter side of things, especially after round 1. Let's see how they play this area, Eli.
Yeah, Yindy needs to turn this. He really needs like a tie here. If you get anything less than a tie, you're going to be in a really bad spot. Let's see if he's able to turn this around. He's got to go for the first officer who has the dungeon in the vicinity. The survivors are open in the other exit gate, and the dungeon is there. Well, Fire Investigator's not to the... They just started the gate. The question is, will Yindy be able to teleport in time? 2 seconds, 1 second. He needs to TP before that gate gets open. There's the teleport, and the gate is not open. He's going to save himself here. Let's see if he's able to maneuver this back into his favor yet again. He needs to eliminate at least 1 survivor. He doesn't get a single survivor eliminated. It's basically over for SMM, but let's see what he can do here. He's going to go for the Fire Investigator, it looks like. No, he's patrolling these gates. He loses targets here. Looks like he's finally caught up to the Priestess. At this point, Yindy's playing for a 1 kill. He cannot afford a 4 escape. And he's going to get the Priestess down. Interestingly enough, Priestess does not have self-heal. So he can actually play for a tie now. I forgot about that. You know, now you can leave Priestess on the ground. You can force these survivors out or go for one of these other survivors. And Priestess can't do anything until another survivor goes to pick her up because she does not have that self-heal available to her. Let's see where he's gonna go next. He's gonna have to patrol between Priestess and these survivors over here. Oh, somehow that dash misses. Oh, Fire Investigator vaults into the Hunter, but he doesn't have a dash just yet. Will the survivors get the heal off onto the Priestess? They're thinking about it, but they're still at reception. Prospector's now going for it, but he's cutting him off. Can anyone get to this survivor? We see the Fire Investigator back it. I don't think he'll go for the heal. I think he's going to go for the exit gate here. Does he get it open in time? Teleport's up in 5 seconds. Yindy can teleport on the Investigator. Will he do it? He needs to TP here. Is he going to TP? He's not going to TP. The gate's going to be open. The gate's going to be open and 3 survivors are going to get out here. Priestess is going to crawl. She doesn't have dungeon. It's top broken. Oh, he teleports. Does he get there? No, he gets hit out the gate. Wow. And now he just needs to find the Priestess. This will be a 3 escape here. Only a 1 kill. Well, that
was action packed, huh?
Yeah. So now the way things go now is that essentially what needs to happen is these survivors. I have to say these survivors of MHX are very impressive. You know, we talk about this being a hunter-sided meta, and these survivors are just doing really, really, really well at this point. So
playing very, very well. And so this is going to put a lot of pressure now, or yeah, a lot of pressure on the survivors of size mustn't matter because they have to at least get a 3-person escape, and that's just to get it to the 3rd round.
Yep. Also, am I lagging? I think is my camera lagging?
Yeah.
I think it is.
Yeah, it is a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's time for. I'm gonna be honest. I think it's time for a new camera. I think we're getting to that time. I've had this Logitech whatever camera for the last 3 years, and it's starting to deteriorate.
Well, with that being said, all right, you should have plenty of time because this is the last day of this tournament. It's been maybe your Logitech just got burnt out. Maybe it's just burnt out. Maybe it's like, I've been on live feed a lot lately these past 3 weeks. Maybe they need a break too. We are waiting for these next editions as well.
Now, it's kind of interesting. Yindy is a very good hunter. Yindy is one of the top hunters on this server. Has a very high win rate, has always been a very strong hunter. And these survivors are just playing very, very well. I definitely think that, we'll see Yindy in Koa here on one of these strong teams. A lot of teams will want to try to get him with how strong of a hunter he is. But it's just that this MHX team is just so strong on the survivor side. So they're going to continue to, if they continue to keep this momentum. I mean, we talk about how this is hunter, NAU is always usually, NAU is hunter sided. This meta is hunter sided, blah, 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 blah. But this team is they're just winning games. They're winning games. They're survivors. I think we're able to beat Globe in one of the games. They beat the Globe Hunter, and they got they 3-escaped the Globe Hunter, who was very, very good. They 3-escaped Yindy twice. They almost got a win. I think they almost 3-escaped somebody else who was very good. I don't remember what it was, but their team is just very strong. And if they continue to play like this, as long as their hunter is able to, Mushin has always been a top hunter in the server, is able to keep up, then this is going to be a very good team in the future. And again, we talk about how there's some teams we always know, CH4 rival, etc. But this MHX team, very excited to see how they do. Now, the question is for SMM, can they make this comeback? They're definitely on the back foot here. Very good usage of words, Gio. That's a good word choice. So they're really gonna need a 3-escape. If they get it, they have to get a 3-escape here. If they do not get a 3-escape, then MHX will win. 3-escape will force an extra round. That's basically what has to happen. 3-escape or better.
Well, they've made it this far, then it doesn't make any sense to underestimate them now, right? So this is going to be round 2, the bottom half of round 2. And if size mustn't matter, if they do not have the ability to tie this up with a 3-person, then MHX moves on to the grand finale, which will happen right after this match.
Yeah, I think that's definitely it's definitely looking in MHX's favor. And um it's just one of those things where it's like, if we get into a finals of, because MHX versus, I mean, SMM can easily make this comeback, but MHX and Globe, we saw it was a really really close game where it was like MHX won round two. Round two was, I think round two was tied, and then Globe won round three and made a comeback, just barely getting an extra escape, something like that. It was one of those matches where it's just really back and forth. So I'm wondering how a best of five would go up between them. Also, again, SMM versus Globe. Actually, I'm going to check the bracket to see if it was a 2-1 or a 2-0 or a 1-0 or whatever it was. Let me go ahead and pull up the bracket here, because that, I imagine, would have been a close match as well. It looks like it was, let's see, Globe versus SMM was 1-0. I think Globe just barely beat them with only one round, with a one round gain. So so both these teams are very good, but SMM is just really far behind at this point, losing round one, Survivor 3, escape round two. They're gonna have to somehow put up a really good play here against Mushin.
Uh, Shout out to the tournament staff. They are doing a fantastic job of getting the rounds moving and getting everything nice and organized. And big shout out to all of the refs, the gamekeepers that were matchmakers or game makers in terms of their ability to get everything going. This entire tournament, this tournament would not
Yep.
have happened without them, and all of their fantastic and hard work is. I can't even begin to express my gratitude to them, as well as to all the players and the lineup changes, and it's
Yep.
been a crazy schedule, Eli.
Oh, it has, yeah. Oh no, wait, I didn't mean to do that. Sorry, you
No,
didn't
it's
hear that.
okay. It's
Um,
okay. We're all hanging in there right now. We're all hanging in there right now. And we can see that prospector has also been selected. And who do you think they're predicting, or who do you think they're anticipating?
well, with the Goatman band, we know Mushin has he's got Ivy, he's got opera singer, he has what else does this kid play? I forgot. He plays by the way, if I say anything about Mushin, I it's a player that I've played with before, that I've coached before, so I know him quite well, but I'm forgetting, and now I'm forgetting every character that he plays. He's played Ivy, Opera are his two characters after Goatman, and then he has Fool's Gold and Geisha. Those are his other two. His surprise picks are Fool's Gold and Geisha. So any of those are options here. Let's see if he opts to bring those out. We're gonna see the Night Band. So not don't want to deal with that character. Prospector as well from the Survivor side. I think he'll just look at the team comp and see, okay, we got this comp incoming. What character can I play that's going to be good against this comp? So far, it looks like that Geisha's not going to be great. Geisha's pretty weak to Professor. Geisha's pretty weak to Prospector. We know that he does have Fool's Gold. Fool's Gold is not great to Cord, not great to Professor if they're able to kite in the open. Professor Scale can also take a chip from the Fool's Gold. Um, and at this case, at this point, it just seems like probably see like a Ivy, although Ivy's weak to Prospector. So I mean, they have a pretty good comp overall. We'll probably just see Ivy from him here, but maybe he'll mix it up and play something like Geisha or something like that. But
And they are going for they're going for at least a what, two person elimination in order to secure the victory.
they are going for it. They need at least a two-person elimination. Yeah.
To win and just won the tie, right?
They have Jester. I'm too nice. I guess I'm too nice, Jester. You got it covered. I'll let you handle it. Good job, dude. Yeah, definitely.
Or do I got that mixed up? I think I might got that mixed up.
Huh?
I don't know. I
No, so basically the hunter needs a tie or better. The survivors need a 3 escape or better. Is what needs to happen
hmm
in this case. Right.
Dude, that was perfect timing though. Just like, right?
um,
We were mentioning that before about how it helps out so much when folks have their clan tag in their names, because then it's like you don't have to remember, especially being gone for so long. It's kind of like I keep looking at the names and I'm like, wait a minute, because these are the MHX survivors, right? Or no, no, no.
This is the SMM survivors.
Yeah, this is SMM
Size mustn't matter
survivors.
survivors.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of the things that we're gonna have to improve on with the software as well is getting the names to perfectly match up with the characters, because we haven't gotten that far yet. So just because you see the names with the characters doesn't represent each individual one, but it is the characters that are selected overall, and we are gonna be hopefully loading up into this match very soon. We do see a geisha. You
There's
did
the
mention that.
geisha.
Yeah, you
There
did
you go.
mention that.
Mushin loves he loves his geisha. You know, we've anybody who knows this hunter knows that he loves his geisha. He's been playing geisha. So Persuade, I don't know if you know, he was the first geisha on the China server before he moved to the United States.
Oh,
So he's been a
okay.
long time geisha player.
I did
The
not know that.
MHX hunter. Yeah. So that's why we see him play geisha a lot in situations like this. That's like his specialty character. So yeah, he's just gonna stick with it. For me, I would not play geisha into prospector or professor, but for this guy, you know, he loves his geisha, so we'll see it here. But the survivors are prepared for this. They have the professor, a counter to geisha. They have prospector, a strong character against geisha. Officer's a good rescuer against geisha. So the survivors are prepared for this. They, you know, they're expecting that there's a chance, and they have triple flywheel, which is can be quite good against geisha as well if utilized properly. So that's definitely going to be the case here.
And here we go. By the way, one last reminder. This geisha, if they're able to get a two-person elimination, and they move on to the grand finale.
That is correct. Let's see what's going to happen here. Mushin immediately going to go towards Graveyard. This is the location of the... going for the Professor. This is his hardest chase target. So, interesting choice here from this hunter. Let's see if he'll actually commit to this. Trying to find the location of the survivor. Doing a good job of hiding out in this area. I think he's finally going to see the trail here. There's the butterfly. There's the dash. Great dash, but able to avoid that there. Mind game at the pallet. Mind game again. Beautiful scale from the Professor. Insta scale there. He did not get baited too early. He waited for the swing, and he's able to time that perfectly. Excellent job from the survivor.
You can see that they also used the sticker in order to show respect. That geisha's impressed with that move.
Yep. Oh, what a...
Ooh!
Oh, he misses the...
Gets the
he
hit,
still
though.
gets the hit through the pallet. You see these dashes from Mushin. Like, he knows every angle, every little place you can dash from. But this Professor is still doing a great job. Absorbing that first hit with the shield. Does have flywheel up available. Let's see if he's able to use it for the next dash. Now, he does have to be wary of the blink. That's something to consider here. Here's the dash. Will he be able to flywheel here? Flywheel's through the swing. But I think he may go down at this pallet. The charge attack, I didn't even need charge attack. Basic attack will secure the down here. So, pretty good first kite, but unfortunately, it may not be enough considering that these survivors do need to get a 3 escape. Now, they're not out of this yet. Professor can rebound. He's got a scale. He will have it up in 6 seconds. He can use that for a rebound kite. There's a coordinator flare gun, and we know the hunter does not have excitement. So there's still an opportunity for rebound. There's still an opportunity for the survivors to turn this around. But cipher-wise, it's not quite where they want to be. But they're definitely not out of it yet.
Oh, gets the hit on the first officer. Able to get that rescue here. Is it enough time? No, it is not for the survivor, but it is for the hunter.
Interesting, that Professor actually had a scale available. His scale was off of cooldown, so he could have used it right there, but opted not to. I think maybe he just didn't think the hunter was going to swing immediately and got mind gamed a little bit there, I suppose. We're going to see the second chair. Already down to 2 ciphers remaining. They have progress on one cipher. They still need a full other cipher to go, though. Coordinator will come in for the next rescue. So Coordinator, flare gun, plus a scale support gives the survivors an opportunity for a rebound here, but with the trade still available, Mushin could easily trump card into a potential excitement later on.
And being able to get that hit on first officer really forced them to get that rescue a lot earlier than probably anticipated. Here we go. Still gets the hit. They do still have coordinator gone. Gonna time that. The question is this prospector gonna time this as well? Correct? No?
I think he's going to wait a little bit here. Just hold on to his magnets to try to help things out. There's still a blink. Oh, he swings prospector. Does he have flywheel? He does have flywheel, but wasn't able to use it there. We're going to see another stun here, potentially. He's not stunning just yet. He's gonna wait, and that actually breaks the magnet. The magnet gets removed there. The problem is coordinator needs to do an entire cipher. They need to keep the survivor alive until coordinator finishes the cipher. Now, professor has flywheel and a scale, so this kite could easily extend for some time if he does this properly. Goes for the blink though.
Beautiful.
The surprise blink is gonna get the professor down with no scale and no flywheel.
I'm gonna go for the stun. Not sure if
Doesn't
they're
get
gonna
it.
be able to get this. This is
Can he
gonna be
flywheel into the
close.
stun? Oh, he flywheels into the stun. Oh, but he
Oh,
doesn't get the body block, and there's no more magnets. This survivor will now be eliminated.
able to get this first person eliminated. They need to pull off some magic here, right? They have to get every
Yep.
single survivor out now, and they're at that one cipher, so they're not done with just yet. But that would at least tie this match. But it's going to be very difficult trying to do that against a fully fed geisha at this point, especially the top geisha. It's just going to be very, very tough.
Well, looks like we're gonna see the coordinator in the graveyard area here without flywheel. Oh, gets stuck here or gets caught here in the open area. Is gonna get knocked down. Shall be placed on chair. First officer's healing with the prospector. They'll get the officer to half health, and I guess at this point prospector will go to a new cipher machine. But probably they want to do the back gate cipher. It's 50%, so it feels really bad to have to start a new cipher. It looks like prospector will counter rotate into that cipher machine though, and it's gonna be the officer coming in for the save. But I think Mushin knows this. He's kind of patrolling this entire area. He sees that a survivor is back here, and I think he'll just set his sights on the survivor trying to do that cipher machine, which is the prospector. Oh, beautiful magnet into the pallet to get the pallets done there. Prospector knew exactly what he was doing. You can dash through this window. Will he get the dash through the window? Beautiful dash through the window.
Beautiful dash.
get the
Coordinator
down.
was rescued in time. I think, was that before half?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I believe so.
Was a
Coordinator has a
fantastic
long chair
dash.
time, so it's likely. that it
Yeah.
was.
Question is how much time, are they gonna
Yeah, it was.
relocate to a different cipher and not have to worry about this? And that seems exactly what they're doing. The problem is the other cipher's at 0%, so she's just starting a brand new cipher at 10%. Now they were able to hit this first officer before. They do it again. Now all that half health is going to be really tough here. Again, for those who are watching, if this hunter eliminates one more survivor, then they go to the grand finale. They go into the finals directly after this match. Beautiful. Oh, what a good
Oh.
recovery though from Geisha. That was a very good flywheel as well. Almost was able to pull that off. That would have been very impressive.
Yep. And she can teleport onto the cipher here. We'll probably see that. There's a teleport onto the coordinator. The flywheel. Mind game dash. Oh, good job from the coordinator not to stay at the pallet. She transitions early there. That's excellent discipline. Gonna bait the pallet drop. Can coordinator kite? It's gonna be a mind game here. Can she get the dash through? Trying to dash through this area. Oh, but dashes to the wrong butterfly. A
Ooh.
mistake from the geisha, and he knows he messed that one up. But we're gonna see continuing after the coordinator here. Let's see what she can do. Tries to get the dash blocked by the wall. Does have this pallet to work with. Oh, gets the mind game there. And looking at the last cipher though, it is about 80%. I can't remember. His coordinator was rescued before half, so coordinator still has a chair here, and the cipher will be primed. So they will have a 3-survivor endgame, but keep in mind they have to have all 3 of those survivors out the gate.
Right. Yeah, that's what they're looking for. And I mean, they're not giving up, but this Geisha's been able to hit this first officer every time. Great predictions. They get the cipher pop. And again, these survivors need to get all 3 out here. Let's see if they can pull off some magic.
Let's see. Swings it. Oh, gets the hit through the pallet. I didn't think that Geisha hitbox was going to reach, but just barely getting it on the edge there. And now coordinator will be eliminated. This is the 2nd survivor gone for this team. And that means that MHX has secured the victory here. They will be moving on to the grand finals to face Globe. Survivor pushing for dungeon. Can he get it? Mushin's going to try to prevent it, but I think it's going to be a tied game. They're going to see a 2-2 here. But overall, all he needed was a tie. Got that secured, and SMM doing a really great job. Almost able to pull it off, but just falling a little bit short there. And they will be falling here in 3rd place. Excellent job from SMM making it this far in the event. And now we're now going to have an MHX and Globe finals coming up.
Right, coming in third place out of 64 teams is something that they're forever going to be proud of that, and they should be proud of that because that is a massive, massive achievement. And as Eli said, MHX will be moving forward to face Globe. This is now going to start the finals, which is a 5 round matchup between Globe and MHX. MHX and Globe have already faced each other. They faced each other in the top bracket, and MHX was actually beating Globe, if I recall, in round one. And Globe
Yep.
was able to come back, especially in rounds 2 and 3, able to secure a victory because they had a very dominant performance, if I recall, against the Spider. Globe against MHX Spider. I think I have that right. There's been so many matches, so many weekends, but this is going to be a very important moment for the entire
It
tournament.
was
The
it's an
entire
opera singer, but I
huh?
think it was an opera singer if I'm not mistaken. I could have been wrong though, but can't
What
remember.
was it?
I don't know. Uh,
Somebody
That's what I
fact check
remember,
us.
but
Somebody
yeah.
somebody go. I think it was what? Was it? Let me see. This would have been week 2. If I recall, I think this would have been week 2. And then it might have been on day 3, I think,
Yep.
because it was on live feed and we were watching it and they were able to pull off a comeback, but I could be wrong.
I like how I'm just frozen in place thinking or whatever.
Oh my dear. Oh, you're frozen.
Yeah.
Oh, I really thought you were thinking the whole time.
No, no, no. I'm just frozen. It's
Yeah.
like black on my screen. Let me read. Let me turn off my mic or not my mic, my camera and turn it back on.
I
Uh,
just thought that you were like really, really deep in thought there. I was like, man,
no,
he's really thinking.
I'm
He's
gonna turn off
really
the video and then
activating
I'm gonna
all
turn.
those gears and everything.
No, my camera just stopped. It's just off. Like it's just the light on it because when you plug it in and turn it on, the webcam the webcam I have it like turn the light turns on indicating that it's on, and it's just completely off. I think my webcam finally gave up on life after all these years. Um,
So your
it
webcam
started
just died?
because I was trying to stream earlier today with my new computer, and I honestly thought it was my new computer having a problem, and the camera was lagging. I'm like, what is wrong with this computer? But now I think it's just the webcam because it's also on your thing too. So I'm pretty sure I just need a new webcam.
So
Uh,
do you have any webcams or anything?
I'm just gonna unplug it and replug it back in, and hopefully I don't have another one. But let me try to. Oh, it blinked on. Hold on, turned on for a second. Let's wait.
I'll let you know if I see you moving. Oh, wait. No, you're still thinking.
Still thinking.
Mm-hmm.
That's not right. Switch back to this. Oh,
Oh, wait, we see you.
is it
Wait.
lagging or is it okay?
I think we're good. I think we're there.
See how long that lasts.
Mm-hmm. Mm. So we are going to wait for them to get this all organized as well. Do have a little bit of patience with us just because this is the first time we're doing that 5 rounds. Again, this is usually a finals exclusive. And so we're all gonna be learning on this one, but it's a fantastic way. Two very, very good teams. Globe making a name for themselves. MHX reminding the server, don't forget about us. We're still a top 4 team at the bare minimum, and they're showing that because right now they're in the top 2 out of all 64 teams. And again, nobody can take that away from them either. I mean, they've been really, really grinding it down on that bottom bracket.
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of when you get knocked down to the bottom bracket. There's a lot of matches you have to go through to get out of
Mm-hmm.
that bracket. So it's definitely a great job from them. Oh, you guys can you see the background? Do you see my wall back there? See the wall? The IDV stuff on the wall? Okay. I gotta anyway, sorry, I got distracted by the IDV stuff on the wall. But there's too much empty space here. I still gotta put up the Wu Chang thing that I have up there, but I can't figure out how to get it to stick. But anyways. Um all right. Let's see what's going on. We should have the next match. Technically, supposed to begin in about 25 minutes, but let's see if the players are going to be ready soon. We'll see. Mm.
Give me one moment. All
Anyways,
right.
how's everybody doing? What do you guys want to talk about? What's happening? What are we doing today?
Well,
If Globe wins, I send Zesty Eli to my entire town. Oh god. Oh my god. Someone said you look spiffy in your jacket.
who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's very kind of them. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, what we're gonna do now, let me see if we're gonna get a estimated time, and then we will figure it out from there. I'm very excited though to see this final matchup, and then I'm taking a week-long nap. That's what I'm doing. There's gonna be a week. Come home from work or go to bed. I'm about to hibernate. I'm going in hibernation. That's my plan. And then, and you know, I'm gonna take a nap. I don't know how y'all can do it. Last time I stayed up for a tournament, I got sick. I'm sorry to hear that, Kisser. Blub blub blub. What? I, I like how I said it. I don't know where that voice came from. Yeah, no, 6 definitely isn't bad. I do wonder if they could have gotten further had they not had the forfeits. Yeah, yeah. But I guess we'll forever know. The big thing is that I think that's what the NAEU regionals are going to be for. And over there it's gonna, the NAEU regionals when they do come, that stuff is very organized. It's very, you need to be here. If you don't show up, you forfeit, things like that. So, it comes down to the same expectations. And so I think that it's going to be a great opportunity for the top 8. My actual question is what 8 teams are going to make it? Because is that what's projected, Eli, for the regional?
It's usually top 8, yeah.
And is that how it is on all the servers, or?
It's no. Well, each server is different. So for China server, they have I forgot how many teams exactly, but uh the 2 teams that win IVL go automatically, and then like the top whatever 6 or whatever go from qualifiers. For Japan, it's like whatever teams won IJL, and then the top whatever amount of teams go from qualifiers. From Southeast Asia, it's the winner of Southeast Asia IVC, which is like their summer tournament. So the winner of that plus the team that wins qualifiers goes. That's their 2 teams. For us, it's the top 2 teams in NAU qualifiers. For Korea, it's whatever team that wins qualifiers. For Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan, it's whatever team that wins qualifiers.
Okay.
So that's how it goes. I believe
So,
it's usually how it goes. When a regionals are usually end of February, so I would imagine it's gonna be end of February.
yeah, and then they have about what, like a month and a half, depending on how it falls, to prepare for the COA for China. And that's really tough too, because whenever we were competing, when all of those new characters come out, you're not practicing any of them because you're essentially locked into whatever characters are going to premiere in COA. And so I remember when we were competing for, what was it, COA 4 or something. I think Clerk came out, uh, I think, if I remember correctly, and we didn't even really get because if you're not gonna compete in COA, if these hunters aren't gonna be there, these new characters that get added early in the year, then you just don't even practice them. Um, so I think that's an interesting note, because for the teams that don't make it to COA, if they continue practicing, especially if there's a new hunter or survivor that's good, you'll technically have an early advantage knowing those characters than the professional teams that are not practicing them because they don't get launched in the COA finale. So I always found that to be a very interesting lapse, but that never was really a big issue here because we haven't had a crazy amount of tournaments. So if this server starts having tournaments, especially if we start coming out with more, it's going to be interesting because in around May, if you come out with another tournament, right after COA, start the whole new season, get going. The two teams would actually be at a disadvantage for those who went to COA because they will have no practice on those characters whatsoever, unless in their spare time in like rank mode and whatnot. And I do think that we're gonna get things started here.
Yeah. Should let me see here. Um, MHX versus Globe. Looks like they're sending in their starting lineups right now. So we should have that in a moment. Um, yep, they both sent in their starting lineups. Looks like it'll be the same lineups were used, same hunters for both teams. And this is going to be a best of 5 match, guys. So this is going to be an exciting match. One team has to win 3 rounds essentially. It is not standard best of 3. It is going to be full 5 rounds here, depending on how it goes. Could be some team wins 3 rounds in a row. Who knows? Anything's possible. But this is going to be an exciting match for sure. First best of 5 we've had in this tournament. So
Yeah, I have a feeling that I'm gonna have to be asking for a whole bunch of clarifications with the score and all that.
it's all right. I got it.
We might have a graphic that's designed for it too, but I do see that the globe and the MHX and all that stuff is up there, so we'll see. We'll see if we can use it. I'll see if it updates within the software. That would be a nice little thing to have.
Absolutely. I just looked up how long the Logitech webcams last for, and it said around 2.5 years. And I've had this for over 3, so I guess that's why it's starting to fall apart. Um, so that would make sense. I was like, hopefully not, because I literally just spent a lot of money on this new computer. Here, I'll show you. I'll actually show you. I have it right here. I'm not using it right now, but because I haven't really set it up yet. But here's the new computer. Oh, you can see that Lenovo Legion. It's got the fans here for like the gaming stuff on the sides.
Mm-hmm.
I was playing IDV on it last night. I was playing max graphics, max FPS, max everything, and the computer wasn't even heating up. Was barely even heating up at all. And the gameplay was super smooth, super fast, insane graphics. I'm like really excited about it. So I had to drop a lot of money on it, but we're gonna. I think it's gonna be worth it as long as it doesn't blow up. Because for some reason, my computer seemed to overheat a lot. But so far,
Well,
it's going good.
looks like it's doing the job that you expected it to do.
Yeah, definitely is. So should be good.
Let me see. We are still checking this out here. So, well, congratulations once again to your new computer. When you stream, like, what are you streaming on right now? Like your webcam, is it connected to your old computer or?
Right now, yeah, my webcam is on my. I'm using my old computer, my
Oh,
older
okay.
laptop. It's a Dell something. I don't know, Dell something.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a Dell laptop. It's a pretty good laptop back in 2019, 2024, not so much. Um,
What's the
so
graphics card on it?
it's AMD Radeon, and it has a Ryzen 7 processor, which is 4000 series, which is actually pretty good, but it's like an old computer, and I've had it for a while, so um, it's not bad. The new one has an Intel i9, which is the newest one, and it also has a NVIDIA 4070, which is like the one that was just released a few months ago. So the new one is super, super good. Super good.
So back on the NAEU regionals. So i- does the rank start next week?
No, it'll probably start around. I can actually check right now, or not the exact date, but I can get a good idea. Let's look at a calendar here. It'll most likely start around either maintenance after the 8. It might start after on the maintenance after Christmas, so the 26th,
Okay.
because it usually starts around the 20 something of December. Um, so it'll either start on the day after the maintenance on the 18th, or the day after maintenance on the 25th. So it'll be either the 19th or the 26th. Most likely. That's usually around the time it would be. So it's gonna be somewhere in there for sure. Most likely. I'm like 95% sure it's one of those two times. But I'm not 100%. That's usually what it is. So
So that's why when we come out with the next tournament, we're gonna try to be
I got 2 cups of
mindful
water.
of whatever the schedule is with Koa, because it's gonna be tough to have a full weekend tournament when everyone's trying to actively rank up, especially with the Koa qualifier. So that's why we're gonna probably take a nice long break, not have another tournament until maybe sometime early February, give or take. I think that's a good estimated time. Do you think by early February all that stuff is wrapped up, including the top eight? Not the tournament, but
I think the tournament would finish by February, the end of February. The actual Koa rank will end sometime in January.
okay,
Yeah. So by the time we hit February, Koa rank will already have been over. We'll already know our top 8 teams.
good.
So it's
It'll
gonna
be
be.
a
So I can even tell you a likely date that it will end is probably, I would say, around the maintenance of January the 22nd. Probably, and that's probably when we'll know our top 8 teams is maintenance of January the 22nd,
okay.
most likely, based off of past times, as long as it stays the same for the last 6 years or whatever.
So is it usually so it's usually 4 weeks?
It's usually so Koa rank opens, then you have a week to. Oh, sometimes they give you 2 weeks to make your guys. Actually, do you remember how long they give you to make your team? I think it's 1 week to get in a team, and then it's 2 weeks for the first stage, 1 week for the second stage, and then it's over. But it might be 2 weeks from when they add Koa before you can get into a rank. So it might be it's either 4 or 5 weeks. I'm not sure. It's either 4 or 5 weeks, but it's going to end around the end of January. I can tell you that.
Okay. Yeah. Um, well, with this tournament, I've only been able to play rank like twice in the past like 2 weeks. So
Yeah.
it'll be nice to be able to chill back, and I don't think I'm gonna be doing that rank mode stuff though for the qualifiers. You know what I was thinking of doing though? So to add a little bit of spice to the server, I was thinking about doing interviews with all of the teams who are actively like on the leaderboard. So as everyone's grinding and you get the qualifiers,
Yeah.
start talking like maybe get number three team on Discord and be like, so what do you think about number two? Yeah. And add a little bit of spice. Maybe get like a little bit of like a sports center going for the top 50 teams or whatever, and keep getting people in for interviews and stuff and being like, yo, number two team right now, bro. I talked to number 14. They said they don't think that you belong there. They said that they're gonna be taking your spot.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't know. I was just thinking, I'm like, how can we spice that up? Because everyone's gonna be competing in the ranked sessions in order to gain the most amount of points. The teams with the most amount of points are the ones that are gonna be able to go to the regional tournaments. And so I don't know. I was like, how can I do something unique, right? I still want to come out with with my old school Perswayable videos, and I will be back on that grind very soon. But I was like, like just sort of like this tournament, I want to keep being creative, and I was like, what can I do? Like, what can I add that no one else is, make it a little different. And I
Yep.
think I'm going to do that. I think I'm going to maybe have like a sports center or something for all of the teams, and then after rank session, bring them in and be like, "Yo, number 18, what's going on? You were number 7 the night before. What's happening here?"
That'd be fun. Yeah, that'd be
I
pretty
think it
fun.
would be fantastic.
That would be Yeah, that would be fun for sure.
But
Um,
I'd have to try to tote the line and make sure that obviously everything is in good fun and stuff, and that can be a little tough when things get competitive, especially traditionally on this server. So
yeah. That is
It
I know that
can
all too
can
well.
be a little tough, but it doesn't have to be in that style either. I think more so of like, you guys have been grinding. You guys are ranked 23rd right now. How are you guys feeling going into this? You got 5 more days. Are you going to be grinding on all the sessions? How you doing? And kind of do that. More of that and less of the antagonizing. That's more of a joke. Unless I know the teams and I know that they have a good sense of humor, either way, I think that the general idea though of just being able to kind of do like a daily update and just talk to the teams, talk to the players. I think that's one of the things that I really appreciate about this tournament is the fact that I had the ability to speak with so many different teams, so many players that I've never spoken to before. And I think I'm going to treasure those moments because I had the opportunity to speak with over 200 players so far just in this tournament. And some of those folks I was on Discord calls with for like 3 hours. I think one team, I think we all almost fell asleep on Discord. I think it was Team QQ. I talked to them for the first time, and I wanted their input on the server and myself, the feedback, and then usually you'll get it for the first 30 minutes listening, and then all of a sudden usually the Discord conversations just go down we all go down a rabbit hole. Next thing we're talking about things that have nothing to do with the game or the tournament. And I would like to keep that momentum going. I think that's been what's really allowed me to keep moving forward, especially with how busy this tournament has been. But I would like more time with a lot of the referees and the game makers and whatnot because the past 2 weeks I've spent so much time talking to the players and teams that I've been a little absent from them, and so it'd be nice to kind of just relax and hear from them. And so I don't think I'm gonna try to grind that rank sessions, man. I really don't. I'd rather just focus on the creative content, the expansion, and go from there. Are you? Are you gonna be ranking up, trying to grind with a team?
Yeah, I
You try.
always play for. I always go top 50 for frame. I can't. Obviously, if I wasn't going to be commentating, I would 100% go the player route and go for top 8. And even try to qualify. But I would just go for all. I always make go top 50, try to get the portrait frame. Um,
I don't know, man. I'm
so
getting too old for that. Yeah, I'm getting too old for it. Every time I think about it, I think it's probably more of my ego. Because every time I want to get back into being a coach or being a competitive player, I'm asking myself, do I really want to do this or am I trying to latch on to just what's familiar? I've never had the opportunity of just being a content creator in the Identity 5 community. And, doing that has allowed me to do this tournament, the
yeah,
good and the bad of such, right? And so it's more so of like if I can keep investing my time into really focusing on the server and content for it, I think that the outcome would be better in terms of the productive value of what we can bring to the community. And
yeah,
I just wanna be able to have fun. We've been doing this for so long. The other thing too, just so you know, we are definitely hiring more shoutcasters in the future. We are definitely hiring more shoutcasters in the future, so we can take a break, Eli. I mean, this has been really tough on us too. I mean, I'm tired. I think we all are, but you know what? We don't have time to be tired because we're about to hit this final round. We're still waiting for them to adjust the bots and all that stuff. And we're gonna be starting soon. Do you have any predictions?
Well, I think that well, we're still waiting on the globe. I guess their hunter is uh almost here. Technically, our match doesn't start for 6 minutes, so it's fine. But yeah, I mean, it's hard to say. Typically I would say Globe seems to be the strongest team in this event, which they are the strongest team in the event as of right now, from what we can see. But MHX did have a very good match against them. It was back and forth, and MHX was able to have a good early round, and then Globe made a comeback. Kind of like the rival match, although that was a little bit different. Globe started out in the lead, and rival started to make a comeback, but Globe held on to the lead. So I don't know. It's hard to say, but seeing how Globe's been playing this entire tournament, I mean, they've beaten every single team they've faced, including some of the best teams this server's ever seen. So they're doing very good as of right now. Can MHX make this comeback? Absolutely. I think they absolutely can win this best of 5 here. The question I think what's it's going to come down to is a best of five is a lot different than a best of three. And the reason why that is that it comes down to hunter pools. So what we know, the Globe Hunter, he's kind of played 3 to 4 ish characters throughout the majority of this event, which isn't an extremely large hunter pool in the grand scheme of things. When you look into the hunter for MHX, their hunter has a lot more characters. I mean, I know Mushin, he plays, Geisha, Fool's Gold, Opera, Ivy. He's got Goatman playable. He's got some other characters as well. I'm not off the top of my head, but he's got a very deep hunter pool. So when it comes to a best of three, I think Globe has a significant advantage over MHX. When it comes to a best of five, I think MHX might have a closer match than it would be in a best of three. And we did see the Globe versus MHX Max being very close early on. So when it comes down to it, does the best of five actually make a big difference here? It's very exciting to see. Now, I do think Globe is just an incredibly good team. Their survivors have been playing very well. Um, they managed to play well against Mushin early in this tournament. They managed to play well against Sprinter earlier in this tournament. They played very good throughout the majority of this event, and their hunter has just been phenomenal, getting multiple 4 kills with characters that you wouldn't even expect, such as Gamekeeper. So I definitely think that Globe will have the upper hand, but I think in a best of five, MHX is a lot closer to them than they would be in a best of three.
I think MHX is going to have that grudge on their shoulder, knowing
Absolutely.
that Globe is the team that put them down in that bottom bracket, just like you said. MHX was, they won round one, if I recall. And you got to ask yourself, are we going to see a dominant early start again? And then is there just going to be more depth to Globe's characters and selections? The other thing too is that historically watching Globe, they really haven't been, at least from the matches that I've seen, they really haven't been abusing any of the meta. They've used Sculptor and such. So you go to a 5 round, you got to ask yourself, does this hunter have the ability to use some of those stronger meta characters on Globe side, especially later on with more global bans?
Absolutely. Looks like we're going to be getting into our band pick here as well. So let's see. Yeah, just on time here. Looks like we're getting
Oh
into it.
yeah.
Looks like we'll see. Look into the Discord here. We're gonna see Anti and Dan. So the match is gonna be Arms Factory, which is I'm trying to think how this will play out for both players. I think for Mushi, this is pretty good. Arms Factory is fine for Goatman. It's also very good for Ivy. As for the MHX Center, we've seen this player play Sculptor early on. Sculptor isn't incredibly strong on arms. There's a lot of open transition areas as well as factory. It's easy to break line of sight, and it's hard for Sculptor to play statues there, which could make a difference. We've seen them play Anne. Anne is very good on arms. Anne is probably the best map in the game for arms, so that's a possibility. We've seen them play Gamekeeper, which is not bad for arms, and we've seen, I think Breaking Wheel was the last one, although Breaking Wheel is also very weak on arms factory. So looking into this band, I would imagine this map was chosen by MHX. I don't see the Globe choosing arms here. That would not make sense. Let's look here. Um, yeah, it looks like MHX was chose Arms Factory. So and they banned Leo's, so Globe banned Leo's memory and MHX chose Arms. So that's what's happening there.
And also a special shout out before we get this rolling. Special shout out to all those moderators on YouTube. You all been fantastic, especially Jester and Cassiopeia, who's always around.
And
I gotta
Elio.
I gotta work on that name. Oh yeah, all of them. They're all. I mean, I could be just literally spending this whole night thanking every single individual. So shout out to the mods over there. You guys have done a great job, locked everything down, especially on that second weekend and this weekend as well. Every time I see that YouTube chat, it's always filled with super kind, fantastic comments. Hope that we can keep that energy going as well for these final two competitors in the 64 team tournament.
Absolutely. Looks
Oh,
like
you
we'll see
see us here. It's been a
Seer.
while.
Yeah, Seer is a character that has not been used quite as much as of recently. A lot of these players prioritize more stable. Seer itself, if he gets chased, can be a little bit suboptimal. However, Seer is very good in giving support, but looks like they're going to go ahead and MHX can go ahead and prioritize the Seer here. Still in need of a rescuer. Officers available, wildlings available, Graves available if they really want to go that route, which might not even be a bad pick, considering that Gamekeeper and Anne are a potential possibility here. So let's see what they end up on. I actually wouldn't mind Grave. We might not see Grave. It seems unlikely, but it'll probably end up being something like Officer. But I think Grave would actually be quite good, just to consider that again, this player has Anne. They have Gamekeeper. Both those characters are both Gravekeeper is better against rescuing both those characters than an Officer would be.
Hmm.
So
And we do
I don't know.
see
We'll have to see.
Wildling as the last
This being
selection.
Wildling, yeah.
And remember too, ladies and gentlemen, because so Eli, if I have this correct, because it's a 5 round elimination, the first 3 survivors are always banned in the next rounds,
Yeah.
right? Which has nothing to do with 5 rounds, but because it is 5 rounds, it doesn't go above the 12
9.
like the 9 bands with the okay, so it's going to be the same
Yeah.
amount of bands in total, so it doesn't
So
change
after
anything.
round 3, it's just 3. It doesn't go past the 3 for that.
And that's where that strategy comes into play because again, do you pick your best characters to have that early stage or advantage or to keep of course the competition going, or do you try to preserve them to have stronger rounds 4 and 5 knowing that those characters aren't banned? And so this is really where you're going to see, if we can get to that point, how these 12 global bans, well, the 9 plus the 4, is really going to affect the game, as well as having the 3 hunter bans at that point as well. Again, if we get to that aspect of things, because if there's any draws at all, it automatically keeps going to round 4, round 5, etc. So
Damn. Someone said, "Damn, no 19 Survivor bans. That would have been peak." Would have been pretty funny. Yeah. Just banning the entire book at this point. What's left? Doctor,
yeah,
Gardner. Oh, Gardner's good. Doctor, Thief. I don't know.
we
Doctor
do
will
see
be a
Sculptor
rescuer.
has been selected.
See, this is why I was a little interested on the Wildling because I feel like Officer or Grave is just better. The problem with Wildling Rescue against Sculptor is one, Wildling feeds presence on board, which Sculptor thrives off of full presence, and two, Wildling doesn't have any easy rescues against the statues. Grave can get a shovel and save super quickly with his fast rescue speed. Officer has the pocket watch for baiting out statues. Wildling has nothing when it comes to baiting out statues and dealing with statues on rescue. So, while Wildling is unchaseable for a Sculptor, the rescues are a little bit difficult. That's the only thing they're gonna have to consider here. But
I
yeah,
think the
we'll see.
argument would
Sculptor does
I
seem to be their specialty hunter here.
think the argument would be that the harassing should be relatively okay if you're using your bore and you can really buy a whole bunch of time as the survivor is down, depending on where you are and if it's an open area and you can get them to either, what do you do at that point? Do you try to waste your statues? You can't because it's a wildling on the board, so you can save a lot of time. So I think we're going to see more of a harassing style, but that's just my prediction, of course.
It's possible. The only problem is in the current persona web for hunters, there's a trait that lets hunters balloon survivors 20% quicker. It picks them up super fast, so it's hard to get the instant stun. And that's why I haven't seen Forward be utilized. That's why Forward is just not even a meta character anymore, because Forward is just no longer good. If you play Forward, and hunters just bring the 20% balloon speed up, Forward just gets countered literally by a single trait on the Persona web. But it's definitely possible. Since Sculptor does have a hard time dealing with the speed of Wildling, we'll have to see. Get into the match here. Seer is. I wonder where Seer spawns because this comp is pretty good for something like a goat man or whatever, but for a sculptor it's a little interesting. The chips against puppeteer are good for the hunter. Magician is fine against sculptor, but it's not as good as it would be against something like opera. um and seer is also has a hard time against full presence because of the chips. So
I see a
looks like
little bit
fast
of.
pallet breaking here as well.
And ladies and gentlemen, this is round 1, upper half. To start this off in the final of a 5 round elimination series, we see the statues being utilized, no chip damage being done yet.
Oh, beautiful puppet. Insta timing on the puppet there from the puppeteer, able to avoid that first hit. Now the problem is puppeteer did not revault into factory. Can he ride the statue here to gain distance? He's gonna ride the statue to gain distance here. Beautiful usage of that ability there, taking advantage of the hunter's ability, but takes a chip in the did he take a chip? I don't know what happened there. Did he use the puppet? That was an interesting interaction. I think he used the puppet to absorb a hit or something. Or he took a chip and then used the puppet to absorb the basic hit, I think is what happened there. We're going to see the puppet being utilized again here. Warp is now online. Needs to be very careful of these statues. Good discipline from the puppeteer. Can he make this vault in time? He's going to make the vault. Dodges the chip. Flywheel on the puppeteer. How long can he extend this kite? Seer still has owl. Will we see the Seer observation? There's the Seer owl. Beautiful owl that insta-timed the swing there.
Beautiful hit, rotating, trying to get over towards middle. We're going to see if Wildling can now do their thing with the harassing style. Oh, misses. Beautiful hit from the Sculptor. Able to avoid that Wildling's dash. That's a big moment, but is he going to be able to harass here? It does not seem like they will.
Yeah, I think you're right about the support. Wildling support is good when supporting a kite. I think when we're supporting a balloon pickup, though, is not going to be as good because of the trait. We're going to see Seer he's already at full presence, and you know, Seer gets double chipped there as well. Full presence Sculptor. You see why this counter brings insolence. Interestingly enough, the Survivor had Flywheel when they went down. They weren't able to use it though. Oh, gets the rescue off though. Misses that hit. Gets the Flywheel and the body block.
They have no blink. They obviously use that warp. That's a very big moment. And we're going to see how long they can try to extend this for. Seems like they're going to now focus on the Wildling. Wildling at 25% health. They only need to chip him one last time. Wildling does not have that board for... Oh, is able to get Wildling down. There was about 3 seconds left remaining, if I recall, to get that board.
Yep. The biggest problem here... I would say this is great for the survivors, but the one character that can rescue here is Wanted Order. That is extremely unlucky. And that's going to be game changing. He can cut off the survivor from so far because of that Wanted Order. They're forced to go for a double rescue here. Magician also did not use an illusion there. He just unfortunately took a hit without illusioning. And now this Sculptor has worked a losing position into potentially a winning one. I mean, this is looking quite good for the Sculptor with how things are playing out. The survivors really need to make a rescue on the Wildling. Wildling has a board. If they make a rescue here, Wildling can just get on the board and he's safe. And Magician goes down.
Beautiful chip shot. Beautiful chip shot. And then that was a really big moment when they were able to avoid the Wildling's bore here before they got downed in that first. Not Wildling, but the other. Oh, is able to warp. Are they going to be able to get Seer? Seer uses Flywheel. They're going to be able to get this here. Gets the hit. They stuff it. Wildling, I don't think it's going to get rescued. This is a very, very favorable position now for Sculptor. This looked like Sculptor was in a very dangerous situation for a moment. I shouldn't say very dangerous, but an unfavorable one. They've been able to completely turn this around.
Yeah, they've gone from I will say they definitely went from a losing position. I mean, if you look at the Cypher progress, they're 90% on the last 2 Cyphers. He can't even use his puppet ability. He's just going to go down here. Magician's able to pop, but they have 1 Cypher left. It's 90%, but, you know, he was never able to they're never able to get the pop off. That's the problem here. We're going to see he's going to bring towards middle. I think he struggles free here, or at least he's going to have to drop him. Now, this is risky from the Sculptor. And the reason why this is risky from the Sculptor is that this survivor can self-heal and make a rescue. If he goes straight for this Magician, this Puppeteer, I think, gets up with enough time to make the save onto the Seer. So basically the goal for the survivors is Puppeteer pressures rescue on the self-heal, Magician pressures the Cypher. And they have to hope that that's going to be enough to get to the end game here. Well, the Magician's not near the Cypher. He needs to get closer to that Cypher if they want to go for that play here.
Oh, Puppeteer is now back up. Are they going to get this rescue in time? Seems like that didn't...
Oh, touches the statue. Beautiful save from the Puppeteer. He gets it. He manages to get it off. The Cypher's 85. That's not enough. He needs to pick up. Seer needs to instant rescue. They need to... Oh, Seer doesn't have borrowed time. Magician has to instant rescue here. Or they could just pop and go for... They may just pop here. They're just going to go for the end game. Because Seer doesn't have borrowed time. They do get that pop,
yep. And Seer instantly going down. Beautiful chips from the Sculptor. Now, are they going to be able to gap this distance with Magician? Magician does still have another wand after this. Pushes him back. Gets a hit on him.
Oh, there's no detention.
They have one more wand. Are they going to be able to use this to their advantage? They're going to use it to get the rescue off. Does get the rescue off. But able to chip down Magician. This looks like it's going to be a 4-person down. Gets the Flywheel. Maybe I'm writing him off a little bit too early. Seer is now back up. Able to avoid that. Puppeteer now back down. Cannot self-res, I don't think. And so the question is are they going to be able to get this Seer down, who's been struggling just a tiny bit against some of these statues was able to get this seer down immediately after the pop with nothing but statues. So we'll see how seer uses this area to their advantage. They don't have an owl, and here we go. Here comes the statues. Let's see what seer is able to do here. Does get Chep once, gets the stun. How are they going to move in this area? Do any of them have the self-res?
No, that's the thing. It doesn't matter. There's no self heal, so he can just chase the seer as long as he wants. Seer can kite
Wow.
for as long as they're able to do so, but there's no play for the survivors after this. As soon as seer goes down, it's over. That is a forced survivor elimination, as there's no self heal remaining. And something to point out is that you know the survivors were winning this game. They were really far ahead the majority of this match, and this sculptor made an incredible comeback, getting the changing targets to the wildling, then preventing the rescue. As soon as the seer prevented, as soon as the wildling prevented that rescue, that was kind of the difference maker. Or as soon as the sculptor prevented the rescue on the wildling, that was the difference maker. Stopping the magician as well. That wanted order was a huge factor too. If he doesn't have wanted order, it's a lot easier for magician to make that save. And because
Right.
he gets wanted order, he sees the magician from a distance. He cuts him off from really far, gets the stunt, gets the statues, gets the hit. That's just a great job from this hunter to turn things around.
Now let's see. I should put this into the gameplay because I forgot to put the scoreboards up for everybody. I apologize for that. So we are going to put that over here. All right. We can see that globe. I almost said glide. Glide. Why would I say that? You can see that globe able to get those first five. That's a big first round so far. And that for those who are just coming into the stream now, this is now round one, bottom halves, and this is going to be a 5-rounder in the finals. Last 2 teams remaining out of 64 teams, and that's one heck of a way to start.
It really is. Yeah, this start from them is just going to be very strong, and turning again. It looked like a position that was really difficult for the hunter, and he was able to turn it back into a win. And now this puts a lot of pressure on the MHX hunter to try to get a 4 kill. This was their own map selection, MHX's map. So if they lose on their map selection, that's going to put them in a significant disadvantage moving forward. And so we're going to see exactly how that works out for them here, but it's going to be very impactful to get that 4 kill. So now Mushin's really forced to play something really aggressive. He's got to play something like Goatman or Ivy and play really aggressively for a 4 kill. Where realistically, I mean, these survivors of MHX, they played so well throughout this event. They were playing well in that match, and that this hunter on Globe's side, we've seen it's just been so strong. He's been getting 4 kills against some of the best teams on this server, and um, continuing to do that here in this match. I wonder if let me look into the band picks here. Looks like we'll see Seer and Magician is going to be banned first. They're going to pick Professor and Psychologist, and we'll see a Dancer ban here. Um, Professor and Psych are, let's see. Professor and Psych are interesting. These are characters that are going to be pretty good against something. I guess the idea is they're really getting prepared for the Goatman here. We see a first officer as well. So that'll be the rescuer of choice here. We're going to see Puppeteer next. Banning Puppeteer. Again, that's not a character you really want to deal with as a one-hit hunter, like a Goatman or Ivy. So
This map will be the continuation of round one. So Arms Factory will be there. So what is your prediction here in terms of the hunter then? What do we think that we're going to see?
I think we're going to see. Well, the best hunter for getting a 4 kill would be Goatman, but I mean, looking at this team comp, it's really hard to play. They're trying to counter the Goatman the best they can. So yeah, it's really hard to say if he'll actually be able to play. He may still just Mushin may still play Goatman here. He knows he has to 4 kill, so he might go that route. He might go the Ivy route. I think it's gonna be one of those two characters. But I don't know. I mean, it's just gonna be it just has to be Ivy or Goatman. I would personally take the risk on Goatman, even though it is a bit of a tough match, but realistically, it's just I think it has to be I think it has to be Goatman. But Mushin really does like Ivy, so it's gonna be interesting. Let's see. Looks like they're locking in their traits here. Goatman is goated for real, bro.
Yeah,
Goatman is so annoying, dude.
the only thing though, just as Jester said, the big thing about Professor's buff now allows him to be immune to her stun via his scale. So are we gonna start seeing more Professor gameplay to counter?
Yeah, it definitely
Ivy?
could be. But I mean, either way, this comes pretty good against Ivy, regardless. But yeah, definitely could be the case. I don't know. It's just we're not gonna see Geisha here. This is a bad Geisha map. This comp is terrible for Geisha. As much as I'd like to, we'll probably see Geisha in the later rounds. I would definitely like to see Geisha again. There's just no way Geisha would be played here. Bad map, bad situation, bad team comp.
And it
So
is a Goatman.
yeah.
Goatman has been selected. We are going to be looking at the final characters. And a reminder that this is round 1, bottom half. I think it would be pretty cool in the future to have that somewhere in the future graphics and whatnot. I think that would be cool. You know, round one, top half, round 1, bottom half, things like that.
All right. Let's see what's gonna happen here.
Will you make feast or curse his family? Yeah, do you think that Professor's gonna be more rank viable now?
More rank viable or
Rank, yeah, specifically after the adjustment that he just had.
I don't know about rank. I think in tournament, yes. In rank, it's a little bit different because there's so many hunters that can still counter him in rank. Like if you're playing against a wax artist or an Ann, which are very common in rank. Any hunter that can stunt Hermit. What else is there? Breaking Wheel Traps. A lot of the rank hunters that people like to play are just very good against him. I think in tournament, yeah, he's quite good. In rank, he's playable, but just not as good. So, but he's playable, just definitely not as good as in tournament. I wouldn't play him personally in rank, but he is usable. Anyways, we're gonna see the chase onto the Professor here. Gets the hit right away. Professor was not able to use the scale. So already Mushin off to a great start. Yeah, he was unable to use the scale. Interestingly, and I'm not sure what happened, but maybe he just got jump scared and didn't know the hunter was going to come out at that time. And that's just the power of this Goatman, really just coming out of nowhere. You got to be very wary of that cage. He's got another cage to work with. Peeper, cage, switch, baits the scale, gets the hit. He baits the scale this time and gets the down. And that is incredibly fast down for this Goatman.
They're in a very, very good position here. What are the other ciphers at? We're at a 59% from the Acrobat, 42%. We already see First Officer relocating, although wanted order on the Rescuer.
Yeah. Looks like we're going to see Peeper towards the middle here. There's a switch onto the Officer. Does he hit the chair? Does not hit the chair. Officer's going to kind of wait this out a little bit as much as possible. Good job from this Officer, not giving a hit too early. Will we see another cage? We are going to see another cage just so we can get a full damage hit here. And there's the rescue onto the Professor. Professor will have another scale and a flywheel to work with here, so definitely a possibility of a rebound kite. Gonna take
good
down
discipline
the
from the First Officer.
Did he just use his scale? I think he accidentally just used the scale there. Yeah, he accidentally used the scale. I think maybe it was a misclick or something. Unfortunately for the Professor, he accidentally used it, and he's gonna go down for the second time. And looking at the cipher progress, they have one cipher machine that's about to finish. They'll have 2 done, but they still need close to 3 full ciphers remaining. And with the survivor already almost dead, they're gonna have to go for another rescue to try to delay this as much as possible.
First officer already in position here to help these other survivors continue to decode. The question is he going to be able to pull this off like he did a second ago? Gets the hit on him. Let's see what happens here with... Nope, able to immediately get... I mean, that is just such power with those cages. It really, it's such a problem to deal with. This Goatman showing how dangerous this hunter is in the right hands. And Professor now eliminated, 3 ciphers up. See how first officer uses this to their advantage. It's going to be difficult. Gets a swing on first officer. Yeah, that was a good timing from first officer. I think they're going to go into the corner here to buy as much time as they can with the down. And then I think wait a minute. That's right. There's no rocket chair.
Yeah, I think that means he's just going to TP away. He knows there's a good chance the survivor could struggle free from that. We're going to see the switch. Oh, he gets the hit on that. He gets the hit with the cage switch there. There's another one. Oh, good job. Excellent job from the psychologist. Able to see that Goatman come through, get that switch, breaking the cage as well, getting out of it. Even if she takes a hit here, that's perfectly fine. She's still, it's only a chip hit. Psychologist did a really great job. If she went down there, I think it's a 4 kill. Psychologist keeping their team alive here. We're going to see another cage setup. There's the switch, and there's the down. There's just really not much you can do against that as a survivor, unfortunately.
It was a very good move from the Goatman just in general. I mean, that first officer did the right thing by making him having to switch his trait and teleport off, and that's really going to be a big moment for that Goatman, because again, they are looking for a 4-person elimination this round.
Let's see if who's going to come for the save. Let's see if Acrobat can make the rescue. Officer's doing another cipher. It's only 40%. And they still need to do another cipher after that. Fortunately for Globe survivors, they just do not have a cipher machine that's going to be ready here. Scopeman is just so far ahead at this point. Looks like he's actually going to move on to the officer cipher. There's the switch. Ooh, he gets right inside the cage. He's an optical back to chair. Here comes the rescue from the Acrobat. Will he get the cage up? Looks like no, Acrobat will get the save, but it is going to be after half here. There's the cage. There's the cage again. There's the down. And the psych will be dead on chair here.
And now psychologists will be eliminated. First officer will not be able to res themselves if they do go down here. Goatman's looking like they're in a very, very favorable position here.
There's the switch. Good job from this officer. Not using this window beautifully here to avoid going down. Gonna go through the cage yet again. There's the switch. There's the switch again. Officer staying alive. Officer doing a very good job. There's the switch again. Once you have full presence on Goatman, those cages just recharge to a point where you get them back quicker, and these survivors are just having a really hard time dealing with that. He's not going to chair yet. He's just going to drop him over here. And he's going to continue to look for that Acrobat so he can get that 4 kill.
Yeah. That would make sense, especially since he can't res from here. But the question is are they going to be able to sneak something here? Going down here, probably assuming that the survivor might be down here hiding, especially with that tinnitus hugging. That's what the survivor is really trying to do, trying to buy as much time as possible, but that's going to be very difficult.
Looks like he does now see the Acrobat hiding here. Puts up a cage. There's the switch. Acro doing a good job staying alive. He's going to break it. He's going to manage to get out of this cage here. Another one to work with, though. And yeah, that's just a beautiful placement there from this hunter, blocking that kiting route. Officer still does have self-heal to work with, but again, not a lot of cipher progress to get to the end game here just yet. There's the switch. Able to stay alive. Gets the bomb off. Able to stay alive even longer. He's going to go through. Going to go through again. There's the switch. Going to go through again. Going to switch again. Getting outside the cage. Acro's doing a very good job. These survivors are doing a very good job of kiting here. We're going to see the teleport yet again from Mushin going after the officer. And Now Officer's gonna be caught in kind of a bad area. There's a swing at the pallet, misses the first one. The second one here, can he get it? Mind Game does get the down onto the Officer. Now Officer will not have any more self-heal to work with.
I'm gonna relocate towards this acrobat. Did that? Yeah.
He's gonna look for the acrobat here. Let's see if he's able to find him hiding. There's the switch. Acrobat is not back here. Where he is, but just outside the cage. Is he inside the cage or is he outside? I think he's just inside. And he went through. The Goatman saw the flicker. He saw him go through there, so he knows that the survivor is here. There's the switch onto the acrobat. Does not have a bomb ready. That's going to be the down. That's going to be the fourth survivor elimination as that Officer no longer has self-heal. And what a way to start this match. We saw an excellent comeback from the Sculptor in the first round, turning a very strong lead into Globe's favor there, 5-0. Then we see the Hunter for MHX turning things around here with a 4 elimination with this Goatman. He's not going to share. I guess he's worried that this Officer can get dungeon, but this is the first share for the acrobat. He can just go to the dungeon here and sit on it, wait for the Officer. And I think you might see him now. Yep.
Here we are. And that is now going to be a tie for round 1. Both hunters able to secure a 4-person elimination. This is going to be a 5-round contest. That is the conclusion of round 1. These last 2 teams remaining out of 64 teams. MHX versus Globe. What are your thoughts so far, Eli?
Well, I mean, again, it's a very exciting way to start our finals here. We saw, Globe being such a strong team throughout this event, being the number 1 seed going into this finals, and they just they had they looked like that team in the first half of this round, starting off with a 5-0. But then the Hunter from MHX showing that they can be very strong as well, turning things around with a 4 kill to tie things up. And I expected MHX Globe finals to be very close, and we're already getting that so far. A tie in the first round here means that we'll have at least 4 more rounds to go, if not all 5.
Yep, these are 2 very, very solid teams. I think that their gameplay and skill set is obviously showing here. And this is exactly what I was hoping for when we would eventually arrive here at the finals. And for those who are watching, one of the adjustments that were made is that there is only going to be 1 5-round game, regardless of outcome. This was something that the remaining teams all agreed upon, especially with how taxing and tiring and long this tournament has been, going on day 7 of competitive gameplay, as well as 3 weeks of continued gameplay. Not to mention all of the matches that happened off stream, all of these players who are competing, trying to adjust to all of the changes that just happened on Wednesday. And so that's really why this is going to be such a big opportunity for both of these teams, because no matter what, everybody is going to remember these 2 teams going forward. Everyone is going to keep an eye on these teams, because I will not be surprised when we see both of them qualifying for the top 8, especially with COA qualifiers. I have a feeling that these 2 teams, you are going to see them in the NAEU regionals come late February.
Yeah, absolutely. We will see both. I'm like 100% sure we'll see both these teams potential. I mean, obviously, they're doing very good so far. And I'm really excited about our co-qualifiers. These over the years, it's been, we can kind of predict which teams will be in top 8, but then we kind of already know which teams are going to do the best. And as of right now, we kind of can't tell who's going to be the best. We know we already know, we can already get an idea, a general idea of who might be the top 8, but there's like 10 or 12 teams that could easily make their way in. And we also have no idea who's going to be the best at this rate. MHX and Globe, obviously, being the best in this tournament so far. But when it comes to COA, there's so much more that could happen. We got SMM. We got F&E, which was very good. We have Rivals still. We got GSL. We got there's another one off the top that I was just thinking about. AT was very good. We got Omni. We got so many teams that could easily be there. So we'll have to wait and see. There's going to be a lot. Oh, CH4. There's a lot of teams that could easily be in that top 8. And it's exciting as well is, again, we kind of already know it's like, okay, these 6 teams are going to be in, these 7 teams, 7th or 8th team or just some random team we don't know. It's going to be like 10 to 12 teams maybe even more, who are all going to be aggressively competing for this top 8 spot. And then on top of that, they're going to be competing for the top 2 spot to qualify for COA. It's going to be a great COA. It's going to be a great COA, and I'm really excited to see how NAU does over in the global server as well when we get to that point.
Not not to mention too, we got 64 teams, which were way too many teams for this tournament, especially with the inexperience of myself and whatnot. But that was 64 teams in 4 days. The applications were only open for 4 days. They were supposed to be open for 10. So we actually had to shut down the applications in 4 days. Um, and there were more teams that were messaging us saying they really wanted the opportunity to compete. Not only that, there were also a lot of people who competed and they just sort of wanted that experience of being in a tournament. And after this tournament, a lot of them are saying, like, we're going to take competitive much more seriously. We are looking for teams, we're looking for hunters, we're looking for other players, especially the networking that a lot of players did in the Discord, the tournament Discord that we have. So with that being said, and not to mention all of the teams that did not have the ability to come on live feed. There were teams who got eliminated or rather pushed down in the bracket on the first day and then continued progressing for weeks. And you got to ask yourself, what are they also looking like now, especially now that this tournament's going to give a lot of teams time to adjust in preparation of COA. I think that this server has the potential of having way more competitive teams than just 16. Way more, especially with the amount of teams we saw just in the 64, let alone the ones that we haven't seen and the ones that are going to form as a result of this.
Definitely. Looking into our band picks, so Global 100%, they're going to get rid of that Goatman, not wanting to have to deal with that again. So that's going to be obviously we saw Mushin's Goatman being very strong in the first round. So they're just going to go ahead and get that off the table here. Magician and Wildling here being very standard characters, or Magician less so, but still common here in later rounds. Magician Illusion can be used to get the ghost off of the Magician, which can be very good. And Magician's also just good in general against characters like Opera and Geisha. That does come out. Looks like we're going to see Aeroplanus as well here from the Survivor side of Globe. I wonder if Mushin will actually go with Ivy. He's been playing Ivy a lot in early rounds. However, he's had a difficult time getting four. He's consistently been tying with the Ivy, but he's been a hard. He's having a hard time getting 4 kills with Ivy. So maybe he wants to play a hunter that's more aggressive. We know he's got Opera and the Fool's Gold and Geisha. Those characters are not considerably they're not considered to be the best right now. Ivy and Goatman being the best as of right now in the meta, with Opera being a close third. But I don't know. We'll have to see. Looks like it's going to be the Fire Investigator as the last pick here. So looking at this team comp, I would say that Ivy's not particularly good here at all. I would say that Opera is not bad. Geisha is definitely not bad. And if he wants to go something else, that would be fine. But he really would want to play Ivy here. It's just not a great comp for Ivy. Let's see if but yeah, I mean we're gonna see which he ultimately chooses here. Oh my god, is that Fruity 5? Fruity 5? Shout out Fruity 5. You guys don't know Fruity 5, with a team in the tournament that I really like their name, so shout out Fruity 5. If they're there, I don't know. You guys gotta admit that's a pretty good team name. Waiting for our hunter here to be chosen. We'll see that in a moment. We're just gonna see the personas getting locked in. And yeah, I mean, I would like to see a we see Mushin type. He's gonna go. Oh, it's gonna be Geisha. We're actually gonna see the round 2 Geisha, which is interesting. I would have expected to see a higher kill hunter in round 2. Save Geisha for later on, but Geisha is good against this comp. I will say that Geisha is good against this comp. Geisha is just not a high kill hunter like an Ivy. So here we go. We're gonna see the Geisha here in round number 2. I don't know if that showed up on the stream yet. I might have jumped the gun a little bit, but
Oh, it's okay. You
no.
were doing a fantastic. I actually had to keep muting my mic because I was yawning a little bit. It's been a very long day, and let me tell you something. I've just been waiting for the 5 round this entire tournament. I really have. I mean, this is This is I can't even remember the last time I had the opportunity to shoutcast for a final round, and it just changes the strategy up. There's so many different things you can do, especially with the global ban. So but with that being said, the map is going to be Ever Sleeping Town. This is round 2, upper half. So in round 1, MHX and Globe, both hunters were able to secure a 4-person elimination. So round 1 is a tie. We are now in round 2, upper half, as we said before. We're seeing this Geisha selection on Ever Sleeping Town. And
Yep.
this is, as you once said, this Geisha was once the top Geisha on China server, right?
Yes.
That is
Yeah.
very much so impressive. Very impressive. So let's see how the top geisha, and I would presume they're also top geisha here.
Yeah.
Well,
They've
let's see.
been for
Let's see what they can
quite a
bring on
while.
a tournament level. Tournament level gameplay against a really, really good team going against between these two, Globe and MHX, both making names for themselves. Spotlight is on them. And so what we're going to do now is we are going to load in. I still like that skin. It's such a pretty skin. And here
Alright.
we are, Geisha, Ever Sleeping Town, round 2, upper half, moving towards middle. Nope, gonna relocate over here, and this is an old school
Huh.
matchup here. This is a season 1 matchup. Is that the Magician?
It is a magician. Yeah,
That's a
that's a really
Magician,
old.
old school. And Magician really can counter Geisha
Yeah.
in a lot of ways, but we'll see how this Geisha works with them. Really respecting those pallets. Let's see how Magician uses it here. Does
Oh.
not get that illusion one off in time. Beautiful hit from Geisha to get that early hit.
Yeah, I really think Magician's quite strong against Geisha, so it's interesting that he goes for this first chase, but already with a relatively early hit, it's going to be pretty beneficial. The nice thing about a Magician is he can counter these. That we can see an illusion, but he does not get the illusion off. Was unable to get the illusion off here. We saw 2 hits where Magician was not able to use his item, and unfortunately for the Survivor, that's going to be a lot faster of a down than they would have liked, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Does still have the 2 Magicians, the 2 wands, and the key here is the first rescue because that's the only time Magician's rescue comes off and
Yep.
pops off invisibility. It doesn't happen on the second rescue.
There's the rescue. Magician will get the automatic invisibility from the save. He's going to vault for a speed boost here. Geisha will have dash back in a second. He's got 2 illusions, so if he uses these properly, he can use these to rebound. There's the dash. Does he illusion? He doesn't use it again. He holds the illusion again here. And I'm not really sure what's going on there. Maybe just not timing it right. Could definitely be the case, but
Well, that's one of the difficult parts, though, against going against Geisha, especially if you're not going against her all the time in rank mode. That timing's just it's a little bit more difficult to do. It's a little different when you're playing against her in the early seasons and all you're doing is going against her. You can get that time down, you can get the prediction down on the angles, especially since you don't have to worry about Terra Shock anymore as a magician. But it's one of the benefits. I think we saw GR one time use her on Leo's memory to everyone's surprise, secured a 4-person around Koa 2, Koa 3-ish time.
yep.
So this is one of the benefits of using her when you don't have practice against her every single day like the meta.
Yep. We're going to see the drop down here. Does he get the drop down hit? Gets the no attack recovery hit. There's the rescue. Gets the save off on the Magician. Wildling does get the body block off. Excellent body block there as well. I just would like to remind everyone to let's focus on the match on hand, the players on hand, and not worry about other matches, other teams. These 2 teams are fighting in this match, doing their best here. So let's cheer them on. We're going to see the Magician getting that dash there, able to avoid the hit. Still is holding on to these 2 illusions, so we could definitely see him use these illusions to rebound. Gonna hold the skill check. Can Geisha get the dash? There's an early illusion. The dash still gets the dash and the down. And that's gonna be the last time on share for the Survivor. Looking at the Cypher progress, they got one Cypher about 80%, another one at 50, but still another Cypher machine to go, and things are looking pretty good for this Hunter here.
And it's the Geisha's angles, their butterflies. I mean, it really goes to show how difficult it is to go against a really, really good Geisha. I mean, they're doing fantastic, and also showing what it's like to go against somebody who can use this character who's now not really considered crazy meta and just constantly using their butterflies and angles in a barrage. And Genuinely speaking, I think that they're doing a fantastic job, and that's going to be tough for these survivors. But let's see what they can do in order to try to counter this. Beautiful hit. Again, good butterfly.
We're gonna see the chair here. Onto the airplanist. Dashing towards middle. Still 3 cybers remaining. Yeah, these survivors are just really far behind on the decoding here, unfortunately. Can Wildly make this rescue? Should be able to do so. Does have the board to work with. We're going to see the drop down play from Geisha again. Let's see if she can get this drop down hit for no attack recovery. For those of you who don't know, if Geisha drops down and gets the hit while falling, there is no attack recovery. She's trying to throw the butterfly onto the Wildling. So when he dashes down, she'll kind of stop midair and then get the hit. There's the drop. There's the... Oh, Terror
Ooh,
Shock!
beautiful Terror
With the
Shock.
drop! Oh, and I think that's going to... I think that's going to shift the game completely into the Geisha's hand here. 2 Cypher machines remaining, but 50% to go on 1 Cypher, and they still need a full another Cypher machine. That timing is completely game-changing. And now she'll just look for the Fire Investigator here. Still has teleport. Fire Investigator cannot make the rescue onto the Aeroplanist, and this Geisha is going to play for this 4-kill now.
Completely changes the outcome of this. I mean, the question is Fire Investigator going to be able to pull something off, be able to extend this a little bit longer? I get Wildling. Have they self-healed?
They still have it available. They haven't used it yet. No. But,
Okay.
So Wildling can get back up, but again, it's just the difficult thing is getting the ciphers done. You know, there's just a lot of ciphers that still need progress, and with Wildling down and Fire Investigator being looked for, there's just no one to pressure those ciphers here. And Fire Investigator does have 2 airbags. Let's see what he's able to do in this area. We're going to see the mind game. There's the dash. There's the airbag pushing the Geisha back. Going to get the speed boost.
It's a beautiful airbag.
Yeah, he's going to throw the butterfly onto the Investigator. He can use this to kind of like get a dash angle off. Let's see if he can get the angle. He's trying for the angle. Gets the angle. Finds the angle and gets the dash to get the hit. I'm surprised Wildling isn't getting up yet. He does still have the self-heal available. We're finally seeing it going to get used, but Fire Investigator just going to go down to this dash here.
Now I'm going after the Wildling. That was such a beautiful angle against Fire Investigator, trying to do the crouch trick. As Geisha still being able to squeeze off just enough room in order to get through that pallet, in order to continue that chase. I mean, very, very scary. And that's really what's difficult against these top Geishas, because they can pull off tricks and angles that you're just not seeing in rank mode.
Looks like we're going to see the dash onto the Wildling. Gets the first hit onto the boar here. It's really hard for Geisha to hit Wildling like this. He's going to be able to just kind of kite this until the boar runs out. But once the boar runs out, there's just not really much to do here. Yeah, you're just going to see this loop over and over until the boar expires. Fire Investigator will be able to get up one more time, but at the end of the day, there's just not much room for this survivor to do much of anything here. Looking for that dash angle yet again. Gets the angle, and he somehow manages to get Wildling off a boar here.
It's such scary angles, though. They really are.
Yeah. There's the dash from Mushin. He's going to be able to get the down onto the Wildling. Investigator will be able to get back up here, but after that, there's no self-heal for either survivor. And this will just be a 4-kill at this point, which is going to put MHX farther into the lead here. I mean, he was looking like, or not farther, they're currently tied, but giving them a huge lead, putting a lot of pressure on the Globe Hunter to turn things around. Let's see if he's able to locate this Investigator. Not able to find him just yet. Still trying to find where he went down. He's over near the Geisha Gate area at this point. But still looking. Does he see?
This might work in their favor a little bit. Seems like they're not done just yet.
I mean, the thing is, even if he does manage to keep hiding here, it's what do they do? I mean, you get up and you know, you try to heal the Wildling, but they just don't have ciphers. It's the thing. There's just not a lot of cipher progress here.
You try to get the dungeon.
They could do that. I think the goal here is, I think what the goal is going to be, stay on the ground until the Wildling bleeds out, and then you get up and run to dungeon. That's going to be their game plan.
Yeah, that's going to
be. So they got it. That's what they got to pray for at this point.
I mean, they are buying a lot of time here. This is actually quite impressive.
Yep.
I mean, this is very impressive, and it's going to be interesting to see how they use this to their
Oh, I
advantage.
think he saw him. Does he? Yeah, he saw him here. He does finally see the survivor here. I think he's just gonna wait. No, he's gonna chair. Okay, I was gonna say you could. Oh, here comes the trim. I was gonna say he could wait until they bleed out just to make sure that Wildling doesn't crawl the dungeon. But I think he knows Investigator's first time on chair here, so he has enough time to go to the dungeon and grab the Wildling before he's able
Right.
to before that dungeon's able to open. Yeah, and there's the 4 kill. So
Let's switch over to the Shoutcaster page. So that was round 2, upper half. We are now about to go to round 2, bottom half. Round 1 was a tie as Hunters were able to secure 4-person eliminations. Second round, upper half, what we just saw, able to continue that. Another 4-person elimination. And now, as you just said, that's going to put a lot of pressure on the Globe Hunter because now the Globe Hunter has to try to get another 4-person elimination, which is really difficult to do when you're going against really good survivors like this. I mean, it really is not the easiest thing to do. And so, is that what you are expecting, Eli, in the sense of you are now, Globe, what do you use in order to secure this, in order to continue the ties and the tie streak going on right now?
I think that we know there's a few hunters this player can play. We've seen. I think we know that they have breaking wheel, if I'm not mistaken. We do know about a potential. We know about a potential breaking wheel. We know about sculptor. So I think they're gonna ban sculptor and focus on countering wheel. Then we know they have gamekeeper as well. They have Anne. I don't think they're gonna play Anne. This is a bad Anne map, and Anne's not really a 4 kill hunter. So I think they're gonna focus mainly on wheel or sculptor. I think they ban sculptor and they counter comp wheel. I think that should be their game plan. As for the hunter, they're gonna have to just play gamekeeper or wheel and hope they can get a 4 kill. Wheel is definitely a character that can get a 4 kill. Wheel is what we call a do or die hunter. It's a high risk, high reward character. Wheel is inconsistent. It has a hard time at getting consistent ties and securing points, but it does have a very high win potential as well. So it's a good comeback character in a situation like this.
All right, and that is the expert analysis from Eli.
Oh, I missed the invite. Oops. Okay, there we go.
Oh, I was like, as you're saying all this, I'm like getting nervous. I'm looking like, we gotta get on here.
Yeah.
And for those who are watching again, this is going to be a 5-round elimination series. It's definitely going to get to the 5th round at this point, correct, Eli? At a bare minimum.
Um, that is true. Yeah, at least 5 rounds.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we are still waiting here.
Well,
We are going to go to the band pick phase. We can see that the global bands are still there from the previous session, and then we also have Gravekeeper as well as Professor bands.
yep. Let's see what they're gonna be able to do here. Eli mentioned playing lawyer. In my opinion, is a very underrated character. I know I say this a lot, but lawyer is a character that I think a lot. Lawyer is probably one of the best characters for rank in the entire game. For tournament, he's like low A tier. He's solid in tournament, but not like exceptional. In rank, he's one of the best rank characters. So that's just something to keep in mind for those of you who are rank players. But anyways, we're gonna look at our band pick here. Looks like it's gonna be a hunter band. They're gonna ban. Oh, they're gonna ban goat. Oh wait, what are we looking at? They're gonna ban goat man. So interesting. They ban Goatman, so they give So they're gonna try to countercomp Sculptor and Wheel. They're just really worried about Goatman. So we're gonna go Dancer, Merc. Dancer is very good against Wheel, very good against Sculptor. The slow boxes for Dancer are really good against Sculptor. Sculptor has a hard time dealing with that slowdown. And then Wheel also gets slowed down in Wheel form as well. So also Persway on the stream. It has I think I forgot to switch the hunter's name to the other hunter.
Oh, with the switch?
Yeah.
Yeah, there might be a little bit of an error with that. So that's been one of the issues is getting the names and all that stuff down. So the big thing is that we're going to have to try to update that, which I would presume will be updated fairly shortly.
There we go. Looks like we got it. All right. Yeah, with the Gravekeeper ban here, this is also something that we see when, he's probably considering a breaking wheel with the Grave ban. Although now that Goatman's the character that's banned, I think Sculptor might just still be played here. We'll probably see Sculptor or wheel here, and the Fire Investigator as well. Let me look at the ban picks here. Looks like Cheerleader is going to be a survivor that they're leaning towards. And Cheerleader is pretty good against something like Wheel, because when you kite the wheel as long as you can, when they get out of wheel form, then you use that speed boost to get away, force them to go back into wheel to catch up, use the speed boost again. You kind of use speed boost to deal with the wheel when the wheel, any character that can quickly get away from a hunter is going to be very good against wheel. As they get out of wheel form, you use that speed boost to get away. That's the case with the Cheerleader. So I think that's the idea there.
I think the real big thing that the hunter needs to make sure that they do going into this round, they definitely need to get barbed wire, gorilla glue, and Velcro straps. I think that's
Right?
going to be the difference between a win and not. And that is my expert analysis of what we are seeing here.
Right. I just realized my feet are cold.
Your
Like
feet are cold?
really, my feet just got really cold for some reason. I don't know
Okay.
why. How is it already dark out? Oh my god, dude. Winter is crazy. I literally I feel like I haven't even been awake that long, and I just look out the window and it's getting dark, and I'm like, what's going on? That's crazy.
Yep. What time is it where you are?
It's about to be 5 p.m.
Oh, that's right. You're on the West Coast.
Yeah.
I keep
So
forgetting that for some reason. I don't know why I keep forgetting that.
yeah.
Because every time you tell me, I act surprised. Like you didn't tell me before.
Yeah. Uh yeah, how many times have I told you that?
I don't
It
know.
was
But you did get an offer in chat. Betty said that they'll massage your feet.
I just need a heater at this point.
Yeah. And there you go. Eli, you're getting that VIP service.
Oh yeah, that's my yeah. No, I just need the heater, honestly.
Do you put the
But
heater on your feet?
yeah, so if you ever hear like a random background noise, it might be my space heater. I have like a little heater that I put under my desk, and it just heats up my feet
Yeah.
during streams. So yeah, it's like in the car where you know how when you're in your car and you can put the heater like on the upper vents, you can put it on the bottom ones where your feet are. It's like that, doing the
Uh,
feet vents, but inside the house.
that's fair though. That's fair.
Yeah.
Nobody got time for
So,
cold feet.
what the heck is this convo? We mean, what is it? We're talking about cold feet. I mean, come on. It's wintertime. We gotta be prepared. You know? Does it get cold in Australia? No, right? Because aren't they
Ah,
close to the
breaking
equator?
wheel.
I
Breaking
don't
wheel
know.
was finally selected there.
Kind of spaced out there. But yeah, we're gonna see Breaking Wheel here. Interesting, we see the Embalmer ban. Embalmer's not usually a character that would get banned for a wheel. I would have expected actually the Merchant to be banned in return, just because Merchant's quite good against Breaking Wheel, but um, they could have also gone Sculptor. I would have actually expected Sculptor again, considering the situation and considering how well the Sculptor worked in the first round, considering that you have characters like Cheerleader, Dancer. Well, Dancer's good against Sculptor too, but Cheerleader, Merchant, especially the Merchant, very good against Wheel. They have triple flywheel too. They are well prepared for this wheel here, and we're gonna see if this hunter can get a 4 kill, but it's gonna be very difficult. Ever Sleeping is a good wheel map, but it's a good wheel map, but it is not. Oh my god, that message got hidden. That's funny. It's a good wheel map, but it's this comp is just really difficult, especially with the triple flywheel.
Here we are. We are in that spawn selection phase. We're in round 2, bottom half. Hunter is looking for a 4-person elimination in order to tie this round. And both hunters did get 4-person eliminations last round, so they were tying. MHX kept going forward with another 4-person elimination. So let's see if Breaking Wheel can keep the streak up. Just like you said, Eli, this is a hunter that has a high risk, high reward, as you put it.
Yeah, but definitely a high risk, high reward character here. But in this situation, they definitely need to sort of turn this around and get it back into their favor. So let's see what they're going to do. They're going to go into wheel form right away here. Going to go towards middle. Let's see which survivor they're gonna go for first. I feel like probably, I mean, you chase Dancer. Dancer is hard because Dancer gets the speed boost. Wheel gets slowed down by the slow boxes, and you see Dancer just utilizing these boxes to their advantage to avoid the wheel form, forcing him to get out of wheel form, and he's going to get stuck in the boxes as well here. Can he? He's going to break the box. Dancer's not going to get the pallet stun, but she'll just use this time to transition away. I wonder if she'll run back to that fast box. I would like to see her do that here. We're going to see another. Oh, he gets the.
Wow.
He gets it through the wall there.
Yeah, gets that first spike through the wall.
I know you can do that, but it's really it doesn't happen very often. It doesn't always register, but that time it did. That didn't look like it was going to hit, but early spike for the wheel. Cypher progress pretty good for the survivors, although now the second spike is really going to be have an impact here. Dancer does have a fast box. There's the trap. Move into this new area. Blink is available. Has another trap to work with. Misses the trap. Dancer mind game. Gets the vault. Another speed boost. Gets the blink.
Beautiful blink.
To get the down. That's a big blink there, but overall, let's look at the Cypher progress. Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty good start for the wheel. Cyphers are not quite as far along as the survivors would have wanted.
And we can see them relocating for the rescue potential here. Is he going to see them? Not sure if he did. Pops up. Has not hit any of these spikes yet. Mercenary doing a good job. Gets the elbow pad. Let's see. They got to get this. Uses it right away. Gets the rescue. It was a beautiful elbow pad.
We're going to see the trap there. Mercenary's going to go for the body block. Oh, gets the pallet stun. Great job from this mercenary here. Going to force him back into wheel form now. Dancer does still have flywheel, so she can flywheel the snap. We're also going to see an item be given to the Dancer. I wonder what the item was. Let's see. It's an elbow pad. That's a pretty good item to have here. So we'll see if that comes into play. Looks like the wheel's not even going to chase the other survivor here. He's going to stick to the survivor. We're going to see the catapult, and that's exactly why this merchant is so good against wheel. You just wait until you get a wheel form, then you fly away, and look at that. You get so much distance here. He's going to trap the window, but merchant has flywheel. She can flywheel the trap. She's going to flywheel the trap and then take the vault. Excellent job from the survivor.
It's a beautiful move from the survivor. 3 ciphers remaining. Again, this hunter is trying to go for a 4-person elimination, and these survivors are doing very well.
We're going to see... Oh, good mind game. The pallet break. Can she get away? I don't think she's going to get away here. Beautiful trap placement from the wheel. He acknowledges that, you know, this merchant has to vault this pallet. If I can get the trap right in the pallet, there's nothing she can do. And he is able to do that there. Looking into the Cypher progress here, we do have 50% and 30% in the last 2. So they have the Cyphers. It's just, can the wheel turn this around? We saw him do this the first match. Turn a losing position into a winning one. Can he do it for a second time? And he already finds the Dancer, which is the one survivor that needs to find here. There's the flywheel. Flywheel's too early, and she's going to go down here. She needed to flywheel the full presence, and she wasn't able to flywheel the full presence, and that's going to be a big game changer here. I wonder how the Cyphers are going.
That's a big deal, being able to get this female Dancer down there, especially since it's their second time, and now you're forcing this other survivor to get off one of the Cypher machines in order to be in a good position for the rescue. So this breaking wheel is definitely using a more aggressive strategy against these rocket chairs. I don't know if they're going to be able to get that rescue off in time, are they? Or
I think Mercenary's going to try with an elbow pad, but that trap's going to slow him down. I think if he avoided, he's not going to make it anymore. Yeah, if he avoided that trap, if he avoided that trap, he would have made it. But he's not going to get there with that. So that's a great. Again, this breaking wheel has gone from a losing position into now a tie and possibly even a winning one with just incredible game sense. This player has been playing incredibly well the entire tournament. We're going to see the cheerleader's going to take the catapult here, and This is why Merchant's just so good against Wheel, but she's going to go ahead and drop down. Still has 2 cheers to work with, so she could easily make it to the graveyard area here with the speed boost.
It's gonna be, yeah, it's really hard to try to trap them in the middle of that speed boost. So they do have blink up.
Oh,
Oh,
Flywheel's the
Flywheel's
blink!
the blink.
Wow, Flywheel's the blink. He's just going to snap and leave here. What a play from the cheerleader. Now, I don't know if this still is going to end up mattering, though. I mean, this Wheel has such great Cypher pressure here. Looking at the last 2 Cyphers, they're still 50% and 90%. So they have the Cyphers here, but the question is really going to be, you know, can they finish these Cyphers in time here before the Wheel's able to take control of the match? Can Cheerleader make it over this area? She is going to make it over this area. It's going to be a mind game at this pallet. Will he walk through the pallet? There's the drop. There's the snap to get the down. He's going to leave him on the ground here. Go for the Survivor again, utilizing that catapult. He's just going to keep using that over and over here to stay safe. I see Mercenary go for the
Tram's gonna
tram.
be here for them to use to their advantage. This is I mean, Breaking Wheel's doing everything that they possibly can, and it's just based on how these survivors are really spread out and making sure they're going for this other heal. I mean, what more can you do as a hunter?
Oh, he illusions the swing there. Somehow gets that off in time. Mercenary's going to be able to kite here. This is. I mean, this Survivor gameplay is. I think this is the best Survivor gameplay we've seen this entire tournament.
Survivors are definitely making a name for themselves. Let me tell you that. But can't really write off this hunter yet. He has been able to 4-person them in the first round. So.
Oh, does get the mind game there to get the down, and that's a big turning point that he's finally able to get this Mercenary down. Do they have the Cypher machine almost ready? They actually will have the Cypher machine ready. The question is, do they push a rescue? This Breaking Wheel is going to push basement. I don't know if does he make this without the Survival struggling free?
I don't know, but they did just pop.
He struggles. He struggles free. That's a huge struggle free there. That turns this from probably a win for the Wheel into maybe a tie. He's not even going to be able to chase. He has to go for the gate gear. He's going to try to stop this this toy merchant, who still does have Flywheel, and she's got the catapult already set up, already ready for when this hunter gets there. Dungeon's in the vicinity as well, and she's at the God window. We call this is called the God window against Wheel because the Wheel can't do anything about that window. He's forced to leave. Now the question is, can Cheerleader get to the gate? I don't know if, and actually, can Mercenary even get the gate open in time? It's 90%. He's gonna push it. The gate's open. Does he make it out? He's gonna make it out blink, but he makes it. He makes it anyway. Cheerleader's gonna push for the dungeon now. He needs to catch this Cheerleader in time before the merchant gets out. She may not even go for dungeon. She may try to sneak around to the gate. Looks like she's gonna do that.
And
he just surrenders.
That is a very big moment. That is now a 3-person escape. That's just impressive. I got no words. That's unbelievably impressive. You could see how much the hunter was going back and forth. But these survivors, especially with what you said in the beginning with Toy Merchant, really showing you how Toy Merchant's ability works in their favor, especially getting out of such a difficult spot. Mercenary did a great job at constantly going around trying to get the rescues. Fantastic Survivor gameplay. I did not expect a 3-person escape.
Yeah, I mean, and some people are asking why they're surrendered as a Wheel.
I didn't do that. Hold on. I don't know what you. I didn't do it. I swear. Eli's not in the. Hold on. Eli, what?
Oh, what?
What happened? You disappeared. You're back now, but you were.
You hear me?
Yeah, you were saying people were asking about why.
Oh, I did disappear. Yeah, I could.
Yeah,
see.
you just like vanished. You completely got Yeah.
Could you still hear me or?
No. So you were saying people are asking why did the Breaking Wheel surrender, and so that's where you kind of get disconnected.
Okay, so the reason why the Wheel surrendered is because as a Wheel player, anyone who's played Wheel will know that as soon as the cheerleader, or as soon as he gets out of Wheel for him, the cheerleader just double speed boosts out the gate, and she gets out of range of snap. He can't catch her in there, so it's just a guaranteed escape. So from there, it's the hunter knows that that cheerleader is not getting caught. So that's just that's so he's just like, okay, I'm just gonna surrender. So that is an excellent three escape from these survivors, able to win this position. These MHX survivors and including the hunter gameplay as well. It's just been so good. And Globe, I mean, this team we thought was looking like the best team that was going to win this event, they've just fallen in the second round here by a large score, 8-1, a large score that they've fallen in this round. So plenty of rounds to go. This is a best of 5, keep in mind, but this is an amazing start for MHX.
It was a big moment for those survivors as well. Very, very big moment. And we are about to start, hopefully soon, round 3, correct? I got that
Yeah.
right? So old man got this right? Okay. So we're getting somewhere. And Eli, before we get into this next match, because we're waiting anyways, I want you to know that I've really enjoyed our time together. And I really mean that. You know, you've been such a great shoutcaster to work with. I already know that I'm incredibly rusty. I think the chat has been very supportive of me. And I know that everybody can hear the energy levels kind of fluctuate and we got our ups and downs and it's been a very, very long tournament. I think I've been on live feed probably a total of like 30, 40 hours, something like that. And definitely going to be looking forward to the future shoutcasters out there, especially with future tournaments, so old man can take a little bit of a break and do a better job at helping all of the referees and the game makers and all of them. And so for those who are looking for those opportunities, make sure you stay active on my Discord. I'm definitely going to be taking a little bit of a break. It's been 3 weekends in a row. We're doing the best that we can, and I definitely need some rest after all of this. This has been a lot. However, with that being said, Eli, thank you so much so far for being with me. I
Yep.
appreciate that. Um, I think the best moment that we've had so far on live feed is um is when you gave me a kiss on the cheek and you said I did a good job. And I
Uh,
appreciate that. That was very kind of
oh,
you. And I haven't washed my face ever since. And it's been about
not
three
sure.
weekends now. And
Not sure I recall that, but
well, that's okay. It's that we've had a lot of moments. There's been a lot of things going on and all that stuff. So
mhm.
and with that being said, Eli, I hope that we get to continue also working in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, this tournament's gone. It's been really nice commentating. Really nice commentating with you. It's been a really fun tournament. It's been a long tournament, and we've got through this together, and it's been really great. So I've had a really great time. This is one of the most entertaining, to say the least, and enjoyable casting experiences I've had. So I'm definitely very. I may not. I'm very happy about it. Sorry if I don't. I have a difficult time showing excess enthusiasm. Unfortunately, that's my personality. But
No, no, stop it.
but no, it's been very. I've had a very. Honestly, seriously, I've had a. All jokes aside, I've had a very fun tournament. It's been very entertaining for sure. The fact that you've actually made me break character is surprising, considering that it's 95% of people fail to do that. So
You've broken character so much. You really
yeah,
have. But I
yeah,
enjoy the fact that you were able to enter this and be a little bit more relaxed. Like I said, you know, that was very important, especially with all of the technical difficulties where you have to kind of take over from there and compensate, especially like when I'm being quiet. Because for those who are watching, there's times where I'm also trying to figure things out in the Discord or if there's any issues or whatnot, or if I have players messaging me. And so it's like a dual role, to be honest with you. It's not just one role, and there's nobody in the entire staff that just has one role. You know, even the refs are doing a million different things. Like I said, the game makers and all that stuff. And so it's been a little difficult at times, but we have definitely adapted and grown and gotten better with that. And so again, I appreciate you being part of that process. And we are in the band pick process now, Eli, and we see that Sculptor and Goatman has now been banned. We see Priestess and Fire Investigator being selected. You got the 6 global bans down there, as well as Gravekeeper ban and the Embalmer ban. And so um, what we see is Globe is at one draw, one loss. MHX, one win, one draw. This is the best out of 5 rounds, not 3. So this does not conclude at the end of this round, and we'll see what happens.
We will see what happens. Let's look at I have the band picks here somewhere.
So
Where's what's
I
wrong with my
went
Discord? Hello?
to,
Okay, there we go.
can you hear me?
Yeah.
I want you to know that I went to Starbucks today and I asked for this, like, I don't know, I drink black coffee. That's all I've like drank for like 15 years because I don't like sugary stuff. But I went there and I decided to operate outside my comfort zone and I decided to get this like tropical thing. And I asked for the red one because I didn't know what it was. But they gave me the mango and I hate mangoes just because I hate sweet. Anything sweet, even if it's a mild sweet, I don't like it. And I was too lazy to tell them that they got the wrong one just because I'm a lazy person. And I've been sipping on it this entire time. And it's not that bad. And Starbucks, you could be a sponsor one day. I'll work on it. I'll work on the pitch. And we see coordinator selection here as well. Waiting on that last survivor ban up there, adjacent to the wildling ban. And what is the map? Is this gonna this red church? Looks like this is gonna be a red church selection.
This is Red Church, yeah. It's gonna be Red Church here. So,
You know, this
yeah,
mango thing ain't that bad.
this mango thing.
The mango thing ain't that bad.
Uh, all right. So, I hate black coffee. No, I drink coffee sometimes. It depends on the day, I guess. I don't really drink black coffee. I usually put in a little milk or something, but I don't really like sugar thing. Like adding sugar things to coffee is not a big sugar person, but I'll put a little low fat milk or something like that. But
A little dab.
little splash. Uh,
Yeah, no, I drink it. I drink it black just because I don't like the cream or the milk in it, and it takes a little bit to get used to. But once you do get used to it, it's tough to go back because it's such a bitter taste.
yeah, maybe I'll try that out one of these
Mm.
days. I used to be a tea drinker. I used to like black tea, and then recently I've just been drinking coffee more, which is probably bad, but it is what it is. It's all good. So
Coffee?
yeah.
No,
Oh
no,
no.
no,
Okay.
no. The reason there's so many benefits to drinking black coffee. Whenever you look at the
Okay.
nutritional research, it's very tough to accommodate for all of the various things. We're waiting for a hunter, but like as an example, when you look at the American Heart Association, and I think they say you should keep your caffeine intake for a healthy heart between 300 and 400 milligrams. So not between as in you should be, but not higher. But the problem is like with that research in that area, that doesn't include energy drinks and whatnot. That's usually just
Wait,
studies on caffeine.
300 to 400 milligrams a day?
They're not recommending you take that. They're saying you should not
That's
exceed that.
300 is a lot because a cup of coffee is about 95, and then an espresso shot is about what 75. So
It depends on what type. It's the same thing with green tea
yeah,
and black tea.
on
Some of
average,
those will be between 30 and 60 depending on the quantity. So,
yeah,
um, but if you have one cup of coffee and then you go to tea after that, or, however you may do it.
or an energy or a Monster energy drink. Then
Nah, see, then that's the problem. There's too much research right now linking the energy drinks to other separate issues such as like arrhythmias with the heart.
well,
So,
yeah, yeah, and they already have too much. I mean, an energy drink has what like 300 milligrams of caffeine or
it
something plus.
depends on which one you're drinking. Some will only have, and not only, some are at 200, 300, and then what they essentially say is, well, we're not suggesting that you should be drinking more caffeine other than this one beverage in the entire day. And that's where it can get
And
really difficult.
just to answer this question, Anne has like 3 A tiers. She has the reason why I know this is because I use one. It's the one with the chandelier. There's that one. There's the one with the other thing that's kind of red color, And there's probably another one I'm not thinking of. Yeah, there's like another one.
We
So
are
you're
going
welcome.
to the spawn selection.
All right.
I'm starting to get that energy. Y'all know how I
Yep.
get when I have my little energy surge. I'm telling you, I'm starting to feel it. It's starting to come out, Eli.
Yep. That's good.
And here we are, Red Church. You're gonna spawn in that upper left-hand corner. You
Looking
know,
at this team comp,
yep.
Fire Investigator is a pretty weak chase for her. He can actually be quite good against Anne because you can just kind of put up the airbag. It'll block her jump and can be very difficult for her to deal with. So I think that coordinator will be her best chase target for sure. And sometimes Anne can get downs while avoiding the flare gun. Just due to the fact if you stun the survivor, they can't even use the flare gun. You can use the flare gun while they're mid jump though, and you can use that to kite out a jump. But Fire Investigator can kite out 2 jumps with his airbag, so I think Coordinator is definitely the best chase here. Looks like that's going to be the case for the Anne going straight for the cord. They're middle broken.
The beginning of round 3,
Oh, she's hiding.
upper half.
Does this work? It does work. And she only sees the Priestess here. Excellent hiding job from this Coordinator.
I remember for a long time, Haydn was not really part of the meta at all, and you can see how that's really kind of transformed in the past few years, really showing how much time that can buy the team. And here we go, Anne working towards, that is the Priestess, correct? Let's see if she's going to get this cat. Jumps towards it. I think she can get that hit, and she does. That's the first hit right there.
Yep. Yeah, a really good start here already for this Anne. It was looking pretty good for the survivors, but an early hit onto the Priestess after catching up here. Will Priestess have a portal or some sort of support? Coordinator in the vicinity. We might see the flare gun to help her kite, but the excitement is ready here. Will it be utilized? Coordinator uses the gun, the excitement, and
is able to miss that hit. That was really good.
Does she have flywheel is the question. No, she does not. So she's just going to take the hit and get the speed boost to go to Graveyard. This forces her to change targets, which actually that's not bad for the survivors. It's not like Priestess was going to need their rescue, so she doesn't necessarily need to get healed, although they will go for the heal, it looks like. Continuing after the cord, there's the cross. The presence is really going to make a big factor here. Coordinator gets stunned. A double stun with both cats. I think she's going to go down.
Gets the swing, gets the hit. Yeah. I don't know. This might work in Survivor's favor a tiny bit, though, because with Priestess now set up, she can set up portals to help with some sort of facilitated rescue.
She could do that. We also have the long portal set up as well. The survivors know there's no warp or teleport due to the earlier excitement, so that could definitely be a factor here. Looks like Acrobat in the vicinity. He does have wanted order. He's also the only survivor with Tide Turner. They get a backdoor rescue, though. We saw the, I believe that's the Fire Investigator sneaking up from behind there. Priest is going to get a speed boost from the airbag as well. She might be able to utilize this to get to the long portal. If she's able to do so, we see the red bomb as well from the Acrobat. The survivors are really supporting this rebound kite. Yep. The Hunter's just going to change targets completely here.
It was fantastic work from the survivors. Very, very good work, but they are able to get that hit on the Acrobat. Question is what is she going to do now from here? I mean, that did sort of fruition with the fact of using Priestess in the portals and whatnot. That could have helped, especially with other survivors being able to navigate around here and make it quicker to this area. I mean, we'll see what Anne can do here.
She does not have another jump, as she's not full presence just yet. So this Investigator can most likely kite this out. Will she cancel? She's going to warp to close the distance. Swing and a miss. Pallet break. Does Investigator have flywheel? He does not, so he's going to take this hit here. She did trade swap, though, so there's no more trade swap to worry about for the rest of the game, although warp is a very good late-game trait. Now she does have full presence, so the second jump will be up momentarily, but misses the cats.
That almost hit. That would have been so impressive, but here we go.
And the Priestess support here as well.
Priestess is now going to take the kite, going to work their way.
I mean, these survivors just forcing this Hunter to constantly change targets is really making a difference. Priestess will still take a hit here. This Hunter does have 2 jumps to work with, so there's the hit onto the Priestess. Let's look at the Cypher progress, though. We have a Cypher at 50, another Cypher at 60. They still need the last Cypher.
To that global. What's going to happen here?
She'll make it.
Yep. Really just buying as much time as possible. Warp's not up for another 45 seconds, give or take. They're going to try to get this heal off in time, and that's going to be a really big heal. I don't know what's happening here. It looks like there might be... I don't know what that was. They are
I'm not
able to
sure,
get the
but
heal off in time.
looks like we're gonna see a chase onto the acrobat now. Does get the stun. Wow, gets the stun onto the acrobat here. Does he have flywheel? He does not. He does, but it's on cooldown. There's going to be the hit, and
That's right.
acrobat's going to transition away. But again,
Yeah.
the survive. I mean, the Anne is yet to put someone on share besides the coordinator who's at full, or is it the cord? Yeah, the coordinator who's at full health. So, I mean, these survivors they're just trading hits, but they're just healing up, and the Anne's really not gaining much momentum.
And coordinator does have an elbow pad, so it's going to see how she uses this to relocate. I believe she got... Did she get rescued before half? I would presume so.
Yeah, she was. Yeah.
Okay. So going back on the coordinator, it sounds like this might be the right idea relative to the circumstances since they were on the chair before. But these survivors are doing a fantastic job at alternating and rotating.
Coordinator
What is
down
that
for
last cipher at?
It's at about 70%. We see the fire investigator is going to go prime it. Coordinator does have borrowed time, so that's a good endgame kiter. Acrobat is in the vicinity with Tide Turner. The long portal is there as well. Oh, is that me lagging or is that the...
I don't think that's me. I'm at 76 ping there, but
Yeah,
we'll have to
I'm
find out. Let's see
90
how
and
this
3.
works. They're going to make sure they prioritize taking this global portal down.
Looks like we're going to see the rescue here. Acrobat trying to body block for this coordinator. Does have Tide Turner. Cypher Machine is now primed and ready. We're looking at a 4-survivor endgame.
There we go. Gets the stun. Beautiful stun. Going to bring the cat back.
There's the hit.
And there's the cipher pop. Here we are. All
The Anne
four.
does not have detention. She used trump card, and I think she also had confined, if I'm not mistaken. So this is gonna be a no detention build from this Anne, which means the survivors can actually play for. They can actually play quite aggressively here because they're not worried about going down to the detention. Block with the airbag, the warp switch. That's what we were talking about. Fire Investigator being a great character against Anne. Here's the acrobat for the red bomb. Misses the red bomb.
Let's see how they are able to rotate out of here. And do they already have that other? I would assume they have that gate already open.
Yeah, they do. Yeah. But what needs to happen is that oh, this could be a little bit dangerous for the investor. No, he's not going to get stopped here. There's the cross. They're really pushing for this 4-survivor escape here. Acrobat in the vicinity. You know, you really see the. Okay, Acrobat's going to use a bomb. You see the you kind of see the scary part about not having detention. Another airbag.
Beautiful.
This fire investigator put in a lot of work. The priestess, does she have dungeon or not the priestess rather? Does the coordinator have dungeon? Priestess is gonna take this hit.
And they do have other portals up though.
Back gate, yeah. Those 3 survivors will make it out. The question is, does coordinator get dungeon? That's gonna be the big question here. Dungeon is at the back gate area. Is he able to stop the coordinator from getting dungeon? I don't know if the hunter knows where dungeon is. Coordinator's gonna vault for a speed boost. Priestess is out. Coordinator has dungeon. This is a 4-survivor escape against an Anne.
That is a 4-person escape. That is a huge moment, Eli. A very, very big moment, showing why it is such a risk when you're not choosing detention. I mean, especially when you look at the rotation of what these survivors were able to do, and that was such a big moment when, even though they used excitement to counter the coordinator, we really saw how leaving that priestess alive was able to utilize those portals going forward as more of a utility type and helping the entire team utilize all of their abilities in conjunction together to really harass between Mike, between the airbags that we're seeing, between the globals. I mean, honestly, that's extremely good survivor gameplay to conclude the first half of the 3rd round in a 5-round elimination series.
Absolutely. I just want to make sure that there was a lag issue, and we'll hopefully get that fixed. But yeah, I mean, 4-survivor escape is incredible here, especially against Anne. Anne is the one hunter in the game that never really seems to get 4 escaped. So the fact that we saw that happen here is just really quite impressive. But
Oh, was I not paying attention to the invite? Yeah, I don't know if there was lag. I would assume there was lag, but we didn't see any pauses.
Yeah.
So that's sort of where we're at with that. So, and I will pay attention to see if we do get the invite, or please invite me, chat. I'm sorry, I got distracted. I was reading chat right there. I
Yeah, I got the
apologize.
invite too, and I didn't see. I
I know.
didn't see it.
I was reading chat. I think that they're providing some good input. Just like solid stuff. Yeah, because there was one part of that map where Aaron was just kind of like looking down, and it happened. I know one of the times that happened was when Priestess took and I still call them globals, but Priestess took global, and then there was this moment I think where they stopped moving, and that also allowed Priestess and them to heal up a little bit. But in all fairness, Ann was moving away. I think I got that part right, but then picking up a coordinator and kind of lagging in there for a couple of seconds, and that's unfortunate too, because when you do have those little lag spikes and you're lagging into a corner of a rocket chair holding the survivor up, you're allowing the other survivors rather, to get everything set up, and that's what they were doing. They were setting up all those portals and whatnot. But that's why what we try to stress to all the players is exactly what NetEase has always stressed to us, and that is always use that pause when you are lagging. Do
Yep.
not try to not use it or think that there's going to be a better moment to use it. Genuinely speaking, if you're lagging, that is on the obligation of the players to use. And for those who may not remember or who may not have been here, during Koa 2, and I share this story all the time, during Koa 2, Roxon was using Feaster with a patroller, and as he was using the patroller, he couldn't even move the cat. Like, you could see the patroller not moving, and he was aggressively lagging. And they were in a position, if I recall, where they only needed a one-person elimination, and he was lagging so bad he never used the pause function. I think they were able to get a four-person escape, and the AO, which was the representative of NAEU in Koa 2, they ended up losing because of that. And even though everybody knew the lag was super bad and it completely affected the game plan, I'm pretty sure they even put a pallet on the patroller which completely lagged it out as well. Something along those lines. NetEase made it very clear in the first COA that we ever went to, and that is your responsibility to hit that pause button. Did we get
Yep.
any clarification on the lag?
Yeah. So basically, I guess the hunter was lagging a bit, but they said they wanted to continue. The hunter just said it's fine. Like they asked him about it after the match, and he said, "Yeah, he lagged a little bit, but he didn't want to pause, and it's fine." So
Okay.
I guess that's just what it was. Yeah.
All right.
Um.
So Hunter's like, hey, I'm lagging a little bit, but whatever. I'm used to ping. Oh, it's so great not being officially sponsored. All right, so we are going to be moving into round 3 on the bottom of the second half. So just for those who don't know, typically I have a little bit more lower energy in the beginning first half of any sort of stream, and then as it picks up, I start getting this like ridiculous surge in energy, and that's exactly what's happening. And it usually works well because Eli gets a little tired at times, especially carrying me so much. And I told you, Eli, I feel it. I feel
Yeah.
Eli flowing in my veins. I saw somebody in chat, they're like, is Persway tired? And I'm like, I'm in hibernation mode. I'm in sleep mode. That's it. We're still on. Just a little bit of sleep mode, and we're gonna ramp it up. Right? These next few rounds are gonna be big. They're gonna dictate everything, and we need the energy to kind of follow that hype, right? And so with that being said, Eli, we are now gonna be hitting round 3. The bottom half portion of that. I do not think that we have hit necessarily the bans and picks yet. So I am waiting. Nope, it does look like we are about to start getting those in right now. So we are going to switch over, because we do see the first two bands being a seer as well as a professor, especially after professor's recent adjustment that just took place, I believe, correct, this prior Wednesday.
Yeah. I think it was. I'm not exactly sure when, but according to people, I believe it was around that time. So yeah. Which it's a character that I know it's a character that Paul was like, "Oh, Professor, I like this character," and I was like, "Not in my rank match," but Paul seems to think that it's good, so I don't know. But so far, it seems that Professor has been a character that a lot of these teams are considering in their team compositions, and
No, that's not a
um,
Professor ban. There was an adjust. My bad. I was reading the bottom there. I started reading the
let me
global
look at.
bans of
Okay,
Professor and not
oh, it's Ford
Antiquarian.
Acrobat. Looks like,
Yeah.
yeah.
I was looking at that. Sorry about that, chat. Listen, just because I'm starting to wake up doesn't mean I'm smart. Professor's in the global ban. I was looking up and down.
Oh, I gotta stretch.
Yeah, I was just stretching right there as well. I think there was a little bit of a glitch with the animation. Chat, did y'all just see that? Was Forward and Acrobat in the same slide?
What?
Not well, no. We're in the band pick phase, but I think both of them kind of popped up at the same time. I don't know. I was just wondering.
Oh, they did.
Yeah. Okay. They did. Okay. Yeah. 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 You know what? I'm gonna go back even further because sometimes we have to make a little bit of the adjustments between the characters and stuff. Yeah. See exactly what y'all just saw. You saw that third band disappear, and then the new third band gonna come in. So I'm telling you, some of those things be switching a little bit, but I don't think that's what happened. I think I genuinely read the wrong ones, but I'm just gonna pretend like I'm just gonna gaslight everybody. It's you all, it's not me.
Right. I need to get. Oh wait, my charger's already here. Thought I had to go get it, but it's already here. Nice. Get this thing. By the way, Persuade, what kind of webcam do you use? I gotta get a new webcam. Get any
Uh,
suggestions?
I got the one built in my computer right now.
You use the computer one? Maybe I'll just use the computer one. I don't know.
Well, yeah, I just bought an Alienware.
Is the camera good on it?
It better be. This computer cost me like $5,000. This better be the world's best damn webcam. No, I ended up buying this laptop because I have so many things that I'm trying to do between like the various games that I'm playing.
Yeah.
And typically when I buy the Alienware, because I travel so much of my clinical duties that I buy a laptop and I usually get the service plan on it, which normally I wouldn't do if it was a desktop. But because it is a
Right.
laptop and I use it for a lot of high powered things, with Dell, if something goes wrong with my computer, they actually have to drive to my house. They have to fix it no matter where I am in the country. And if they can't fix it, they have to take it themselves and they have to wait for the parts or they wait for the parts, come up, pick it up, and then they adjust it. So pretty much there's no shipping and handling. There's nothing. They have to drive to me. And I have to do that based on how often I'm constantly traveling, especially here in Wyoming. I'm like 6,000 I'm over 6,300 feet up in the air. So they're coming
Yeah.
over to me. Yeah, that's what I bought that for.
What's the weather like over there during winter?
Right now, here in Wyoming, it's not as windy over here, but typically if you're like in Rawlins, Wyoming, it's very windy. It can be very slick. It's very cold. Just the other day it was -4 degrees. I mean, we are pretty high up here. You know, there's a reason why like in Denver they call it the Mile High Stadium because their stadium's a mile high. We're an additional
Oh yeah.
1,000 feet up over Denver. So Denver's on way underneath me. So we're pretty high up here because I travel to places in the country that they're lacking healthcare professionals. So that's what I do for a living. And we do see that Sangria has been selected. We're gonna go to the final character phase, and we are now in the lobby. So third round, bottom half. This is a 5 round elimination. I am gonna keep repeating that for everybody.
And
When I first came back to this game, do you know how long it took me to realize that people saying sangria and opera were talking about the same people? Oh,
I've always said Aurora, so
it
I
was
don't know.
so confusing though. Cause I'm like, cause then I was confusing Ivy, you know. I'm like, then I'd be swearing in the middle of the match when I was losing. I'm like, I can't stand this sangria, and then they're like, bro, that's Ivy, and I was like, not that's.
Yeah.
And we are in the gameplay aspect of things with the selection, Red Church, and we will see where she spawned. She did change her spot next to Mr. Mike, adjacent, right? And we
Yep.
shall wait for the selections to go through. It looks like this is about to get going. And we see, Explorer, I find that interesting. I've never really been able, at any point in time in my career, ever been able to master Explorer on Red Church. And so I'm very interested to see how Explorer is going to. In fact, when I do play him, I don't play him on Red Church. So I'm very interested to see how this player is going to utilize him. I think it's going to be a good learning opportunity. And here we go, Opera moving towards Mike spawn here on Red Church.
Looks like gonna go straight towards the acro, who is gonna rotate. Not gonna go to graveyard actually. Gonna go towards back gate. Usually we would see survivors prioritize graveyard in this instance, but gonna go towards the back gate area. Goes for the bomb, the red bomb. Can Geisha, or not Geisha, can Opera still get the hit here? It's gonna be Mind Game with the power. The charge attack gets the hit. Early hit onto this acrobat is a good start for the Opera Singer. Looking at the decoding progress, Forward is yet to get to a Cypher Machine as well, so survivors are not off to the best start decoding wise. And Mushin is just going to continue on this chase here. Gets the pallet drop. Forward coming in for the stun, it looks like. Gonna buy some distance here for the acrobat, but is he even able to get away here? We see Mushin able we see the acrobat gonna go for a. Did he flywheel? He flywheeled that. Maybe thought the hunter was gonna blink there. Another stun from the forward. Great job from the forward here, buying even more time. And the flywheel as well.
What a beautiful forward gameplay there. Not registering a single hit with all of that. Not only able to harass, but also buying an incredible amount of time.
It looks like the acrobat's going to continue kiting. And Gregor gets the blink. Oh, he blinks through the pallet, getting the down onto the acrobat here. And that's going to be the first share for the survivor. Looking into the decoding progress, Explorer still has a 50% page. And his cipher is about 50%, so it basically has a completed cipher there. Problem is, Forward has not been decoding yet. He has been supporting, which is okay. It's just that the decoding progress will be a bit behind. We see Forward coming in for the rescue. He's going to football to the pallets. Forward's doing a very good job, not giving any free hits at all here. Not giving any free hits at all, really playing this well in this area. But he's going to have to make this rescue soon.
This beautiful gameplay from Forward. Now let's see what Acrobat can do in this area.
Oh, this is the dash. That's a big miss there. Forward's going to stun as well, buying even more time. Can the Acrobat make it to church is going to be the question. I don't know if he's going to make... The problem is that the Hunter has presence. They can use the presence there. The red bomb will help them make it to church. So beautiful use of the red bomb there. And he's going to make it inside church. The mind game walks through the pallet. Oh, that wasn't a fly. Just missed swing there. Finally getting the down. Is Forward in the vicinity? He is not. So the cipher progress continuing along here for the survivors. They have a cipher machine about to be popped, and they still need 2 more ciphers, but a 50% page for the Explorer as well. So they have some ciphers to work with, but I don't think it's going to be enough for a win at this point. Keep in mind, if they want to tie this round, they need a 4 escape, which seems very unlikely from this position.
Do they have another... Oh, yes, they... I don't know if they're going to be able to get that rescue.
Now, keep in mind... this is a best of 5. So even if MHX wins this round, it's not over yet. There's still an opportunity for Glove to come back in rounds 4 and 5.
They're gonna pull that off. That hit allowed him to get that boost. I'm wondering if they didn't swing, if they would have been able to block that a little bit.
Yeah, we're gonna. Yeah,
that was a big enough boost in order to get the rescue. So I mean, great job in order to pull that off right at the last second to extend this. I mean, that changes this game a little bit.
We're gonna see the chair from the onto the acrobat here, and he's gonna be eliminated. 2 cipher machines remaining. Explorer the 30% page. They have 1 cipher. They have both the ciphers. They have both the ciphers ready here. This is looking like a pretty good tie position for the survivors as long as they can pop one. Explorer can pop the other with his page here. Looks like this is the vicinity of the puppeteer. This is a good chase target. for the survivors. They want Puppeteer to get Chasey's full health. He's very good against the Opera. Oh, Puppeteer was not able to use their ability, though. And he's going to take a hit without using the ability. I think maybe... Oh, he blinks, though. He blinks thinking the Puppeteer was in the vicinity. He was not. And now he's going to be able to kite a little bit longer. We're going to see the Puppet finally getting utilized here. The Cypher Machine, 95%. I think Explorer is going to pop the last one with the Page. So the last Cypher will be primed here. And we're going to be in the endgame momentarily. Mushin, without any trait endgame, they're going to have to pop here. No endgame trait to work with. So it's looking like a tied game. But either way, that's a good result for MHX. You see the Explorer. Oh, he sees him.
Yeah,
Wow.
well, especially with MHX, being up with 1 win, 1 draw, 5 points from the upper half of this round.
There's the chair onto the Explorer.
For those who are watching, just a reminder, it is a 5 round. This is not a 3 round, so this does not end here.
Yep. Yeah, this is not there. We still have 2 more rounds to go after this. Best of 5 series. Forward's going to get the exit gate open. Puppeteer hiding. Does he see Puppeteer in the vicinity? Hiding behind. Excellent job from the Puppeteer, not getting found. Looking through Church, doesn't see him. Will he find him hiding away here? Misses a dash. There's the Forward. I think Puppeteer makes the save. He thought the Forward was the one giving tonight. It wasn't. It was the Puppeteer. And Puppeteer's going to make a backdoor rescue.
They do get that save, yeah.
That is just good. Not only communication, good game sense from the survivors to bait the Hunter into leaving there. And he did unfortunately fall for it. Let's see if they're going to make it out the exit gate. We see 3 survivors pushing the gate here. Puppeteer's in Church. He's kiting in this area. We see the Explorer in Graveyard. He's going to try to push the gate soon. Forward's already there. Detention is out in 20 seconds, 25 seconds. If they can wait till detention out, Puppeteer can make it out. He needs to get this down before detention runs out. Puppeteer is going to try to kite in the area. Gets hit with the puppet ability there. Detention at 12 seconds. Well, actually, detention doesn't matter anymore. He needs to just get this down on the Puppeteer.
He blinks up in 18 seconds, but just as you said, detention is about to run out from here. And it does seem like Forward has enough football here. It's about 40%-ish.
Yeah, Forward can stun or body block. There's a few things Forward can do to help out the Puppeteer at this point. But the problem is, Mushin has blink now, so he's just going to go blink this Puppeteer. And I don't know if Forward can really do much after that. There's the dash. Is Forward in the vicinity, or is he just going to take the tie? There's the down. I think Forward is still here. He is still here, so they're really trying to push for this. They kind of acknowledge that they're really far behind at this point and they need to play aggressively to try to make a comeback. But they don't want to play over aggressively. Oh, they see the blink.
Wow.
Miss blink there on the into the flywheel. This Forward has done a great job this entire match.
This Forward's done a fantastic job harassing this entire game for sure. It puts them in a difficult position because they're very much so aware of the point differential, especially because this is looking like it's going to be another round win for MHX. But let's see what they can pull off. They might have to settle for that tie here, especially knowing that this isn't the best of 3.
It looks like we're going to see 2 survivors out the exit gate here. This is going to be a tied game for this. It's going to be a 2-2 here, which means that's a 7-2 victory for MHX in this round. And they're going to go up now 2 rounds ahead here. So a tie for the first round, then 2 round wins for MHX. So that's going to put them up 2-0.
Yep. And for those who may not be aware as well, MHX and Globe went against each other, and Globe defeated MHX, which put MHX in that bottom bracket. And MHX was able to beat everybody in order to get back up into these finals. And now are going against Globe again, and they are now up 2 victories with 1 tie, best out of a 5. So I do believe that this continues going forward. But Eli, correct me if I'm wrong, if they do get a win in this next round, then that will be a good game, correct? Because you're not going to be able to recover from a 3-win deficit.
Yep, because it's best of 5, so first to win 3 rounds.
So if MHX wins this next round, because we are hitting round 4, that should be a good game. And so let's see how Globe is able to recover. Now, let me let you all something. Let me let you all
Actually,
know something, right? Am I saying that?
yeah.
Okay, so we're still learning this 5 round stuff. We remember this is only a final thing, but what are you gonna say, Eli?
Oh, I was just gonna say, if the next round is a tie, then MHX also wins, because that'll be 4 rounds in, and it still be 2-0, which means even if Globe wins the last round, they still lose 2-1. If that
Okay.
makes sense.
So
So
so this is
Globe
where
has to win 2 rounds, basically.
so yeah, so Globe has to win this round essentially.
The next two. Yep.
But if they don't get it, but if they don't win this round, it's an automatic loss because it's round 4, correct?
Yep. That's
Okay.
correct. Yeah.
All right. I mean, math is getting hard at this age. Let me tell you something.
I missed the
Feel
invite again. Oh my
feel bad for Mad Eyes.
god.
And all right. I don't believe I got an invite, so there's that.
I did, but I didn't see it. So that's yeah.
All
Oh, there
right.
we go.
Let's get into here. Go back to this stage and then wait for this here. Okay. So who is going to be the first survivors here?
So let me check to see if they chose yet. Or actually, I guess I wouldn't. They would just switch back. So right now we had I gotta look up here. All the way up. Who won the coin flip initially? Initially, the coin flip was won by MHX, which means MHX chose round and chose the first round. Globe chose the second. MHX chose the third map. And so now Globe's picking map here. MHX is choosing faction.
Okay.
So
Best out of 5. And from my understanding, all of the players made an agreement that there would only be one 5 round uh, gameplay today in conclusion of the tournament. And that was very kind of Globe because technically Globe could have made this to be 2 5 round matches because they have not been eliminated from this tournament. But it sounds like all of the teams, especially after 3 weekends of playing, I think everyone is exhausted right now. So they all agree that they were just going to do this in one round and or in one series, and I think that that was very admirable of Globe because at this point Globe is just saying, let's just do this all in that 1 5 round, and whoever wins just takes it all. And MHX right now that put them in a position to be in this opportunity where they might be able to win this if they continue playing well without having to needlessly go through another second 5 round competition, which was the original plan.
yeah, definitely. And yeah, that would be a lot of ID. I mean, it's already a lot of IDV, but that'd be quite a bit. But I mean, yeah. So we'll talk about the wrenches, everybody, so everybody's clear. Basically, because it's best of 5, it's the first to win 3 rounds, or whoever just wins the most rounds overall after 5 rounds. So essentially, what that means is that MHX needs to if MHX ties this round, then they win because then it'll be two. It's already 2-0 in MHX because the first round was a tie, so that's just 0-0. MHX wins the next 2 rounds, right? Splitting out 2-0. So if Globe ties the next round with them, then it's still 2-0. And then even going to the 5th round and Globe wins the last one, it's still 2-1. So they win no matter. MHX wins no matter what. So Globe has to win 2 rounds in a row to tie up the series, essentially. Then we would go down to points. Assuming Globe wins 2 rounds in a row, if MHX wins any of these rounds or ties any of these rounds, it's over. So assuming that assuming that Globe can win 2 rounds in a row, we'd have to go down to points, and then it'd be 2-2. So let's think about the points here. The first round was a 7-point lead for MHX. No, it was sorry. First round was 0-0. Second round was 7-point lead for MHX. Third round was 5-point lead for MHX. So they're up 12 points at this point. So essentially, Globe has to win the next 2 rounds and gain back 12 points at the same time. Does that make sense to anybody at all?
I think you did a
Hopefully.
fantastic job.
Thank you.
Let me see. All right, we are still waiting for the character selection here. This is going to be the first time in this tournament that we have reached now the 4th round. And so essentially, Globe really needs to try to get a victory within this round between the hunter and survivors relative to whatever is needed for a victory. So if MHX is able to tie it up and match whatever they are doing, then that would be the conclusion of this tournament between these next two matches. Let's see. And after the conclusion of this tournament, I'm taking a bath. Like a warm bath.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put bubbles in them. I don't even care.
There you go.
I
Okay.
bought one. I bought one of those things that makes the color turn. What's that called? I don't know what
Oh,
it was, but I was like, I need it.
what is it? The
A
wait,
bath
what?
bomb. It's like the water version of Mike's Bolt. Acro.
What?
Hold on. Dude, I'm just like a walking meme at this point in my life. You know what? I'm enjoying retirement from this game. I'm enjoying retirement, dude. I really am. I'm gonna be practicing shoutcasting every single night. Just like half the time I'm like looking at the characters and I'm just Goatkeeper. You remember Goatkeeper? How's everything going? Is there any sort of delay?
Uh, no, they're just explaining it to the team so they understand
That
the
sounded so
situation.
wrong though.
Globe needs.
Fearful, I can hear me say that with the way that you just said. How you wrote that, I could hear myself saying it. Yeah.
Eli will be okay. That's crazy. Never mind. We're not gonna.
Wait, what did it say?
I don't know. Just read the comments.
What did it say?
Are you not reading the comments?
I'm reading the comments, but like I'm getting roasted over here.
Something about me taking a bath with something or with an IDV character that people think that I'm somehow have some sort of connection to. Um,
No, I didn't see it. Where is it?
e-
Just read it. Who cares? We don't got sponsors. We could do what we want.
not reading that.
What is it? I'm gonna read it.
Said
Where
Eli
is
will
it?
be taking a bath with batter.
Oh, zesty.
Oh
Zesty
my god.
Eli. That's right. Oh,
Yeah.
that's funny. That's good. That was a good one.
Goat keeper. It's look at remember Goat Keeper Persway?
You know, I'm very happy that we don't see like a crazy amount of prisoner because trying to
Mm-hmm.
switch between prisoner and patient was like a nightmare back in the day when people would like actually play them interchangeably. And I remember trying to watch it on YouTube and all that stuff, and I'd just be like, man, I keep switching them up. So it's gonna
Yeah.
take me a little bit to get it all back, but I mean, doing this for 3 weekends in a row, it's been eye-opening, and I'm very excited to work with other shoutcasters to give them the opportunity to also see how you interact with them too, especially for these long days, long tournaments where we can kind of chop it up a little bit tiny more, so we're not doing the entire, 5, 6, 7 hour. We're just doing 9, 10 hour streams 2 weekends ago, and especially being gone from streaming for so long, not only trying to have that energy to be a shoutcaster, and as well as learning, but then on top of that put 9, 10 hours and then also trying to learn all of the back end stuff with exactly with what we're trying to do. So in the future, we're going to be hiring people to be doing the graphics, doing the Discord, because then when we're in a situation like this, we can just focus on shoutcast. And never once in this entire tournament have we ever just been shoutcasters. There's always things that we're trying to multitask and whatnot. So we definitely have to try to improve on that to get more people helping out with that sort of thing. And I'm excited to see what that's going to look like in the future.
Yeah, it looks like we're gonna have an interesting map. It's gonna be hospital. So not really a map that we see being chosen very often. Actually, it is the least common map in the entire game. And the reason why, in competitive at least, and the reason why is that hospital is considered to be so difficult for hunters that no team wants their own hunter to play on hospital. So they just never go hospital. And but we're gonna see hospital get chosen here from Globe, and looks like they're fine with playing hospital here. So that's an interesting choice for them, but they're really giving the survivors a chance to try to make a comeback here. Hospital is considered a comeback map because it's like, okay, we're gonna give survivors a really good chance to work with and hope that our hunter has a good match. Kind of like that. It's sort of like that. It kind of can be used as a comeback map. We're gonna see Ivy Goatman and Geisha banned here. So that leaves Mushin. Mushin only has a few options left. He's got Opera, but Opera's not really good on Sacred. That might be another reason for picking Sacred Heart Hospital here. Fool's Gold is playable here. We might see that as an option. We'll have to wait and see.
And we are in the band pick phase as well. That is now on the screen. We see
Um,
the Geisha ban. We also have a Goat Man and an Ivy ban. And then you can see the 3 bands that are up there. It's just wild to me how we're at that 12 mark now.
Mushin didn't initially ban and did not initially ban Priestess, but the survivors opted not choose Priestess there, and he ended up banning it as the next ban, which is definitely correct. You don't want to deal with that Priestess character if possible. And it looks like they're
Especially
going to go
especially on
Seer as
Sacred
well.
Heart.
Yeah,
Especially on Sacred Heart.
yeah. Uh, and we'll see Embalmer here as the last ban, which makes sense. Embalmer's a good character for trying to make a comeback. It's also good on Hospital. Embalmer's good on maps where you can coffin yourself into strong kiting areas. For example, let's say you're playing on Sacred. In this case, you have Embalmer. You set up your coffin in 2-story in Sacred Heart Hospital, the best, literally one of the best looping areas in the entire game. And then you die, and then you coffin yourself back in the hospital, and you can continue to kite there. It's really strong. So that's why he's going to go ahead and get rid of that option. Doesn't want to have to play into that at any point. And for the last pick, we're just waiting to see what Globe decides on here. And it's going to be Painter. Huh. Painter is interesting. Is the last character here.
Yep, Painter just popped up now. Time to paint a picture. And let's see. By the way, I would like to give everybody a big thank you for those who are subscribing to the YouTube and to the other social media handles. Starting hopefully tomorrow, I start launching out the other Identity 5 channel, which will be daily 1-hour videos. Some of them will have commentary, some of them will not. For those who are subscribed on the Perswayable channel, you guys are going to help dictate the schedule on that. So sometimes I'm going to go on there and, go in the community tab, which hunter do you want to see tomorrow? I know that the first one was overwhelmingly Dream Witch, and I think also if I got to go back into the polls. So that's going to start coming out where we're going to start seeing all of the top players across the globe, no pun intended, utilizing some of the more non-traditional hunters to show people some more diversity with the gameplay. I've been very happy with this tournament because we've seen a lot of different selections. Um, we've seen a lot of we saw violinists, we've seen everybody from sculptor to goatman to, but it's been all over the place, and I've really enjoyed that. Because sometimes it can get a little stale watching tournament gameplays where it's the same exact hunters every single time, and that's okay. That's nothing. There's not much you can do when you're in a competitive league. That's the way to go. But it has been nice to see a little bit more dynamic flexibility. And so that other channel that we are going to come out and Sculptor was chosen, by the way. We'll have more of that
Was it?
gameplay. But eventually, I'm going to want some of you to come on my live feed and watch the gameplay with me. And then that's what's going to be posted up on that channel too. I'd like to have other people come on live feed with me, whether I know you or not, and give opportunities to other people put their social media out there and give their commentary and stuff. I think it's going to be very funny, Lion. So with that being said, that's my one pitch. We're going to get into the final character selection phase. All of the teams are in the lobby, and we are waiting. And right now, we are going to see the spawn selection points.
All right. Looks like the sculptor from Mushin is really surprising. This is not a character that he's typically play. He has played it before, but a very long time ago. Although, considering the way that sculptor has really found its way back into this meta throughout this event, I guess it could make sense that he's going with this character here. Again, this would not be one of his main go-to characters, but sculptor seems to be something that's becoming quite strong as of recently. So let's see how this will work out for him. He does spawn into the night here. He's also going to block off the shack cipher with the spawn. So yeah, looks like it's going to go first chase onto the night here potentially.
And here we go. Take it away, Eli.
All right, we're going to go straight to the night. Knight's going straight into the God Palette of Birdcage. Trying to make his way into the hospital. I don't know if he'll actually commit to this character or not. It looks like the question is, or the answer is he will not. Gonna go ahead and rotate away. Catches a survivor off guard here. This is the painter. Not exactly the best area to be in if you are a painter. Mushin is gonna be very patient with these statues. Not gonna want to drop them too early. Painter trying to mind game. Drops the pallet. Gets chipped early. Good early chip here from the sculptor. He also has fast pallet breaking speed, so I wonder what his build is. A second chip right away here. Mind game with this pallet. There's another chip. Gets the pallet stun, though. 3 chips already, but a pallet stun is going to give the painter enough time to get his painting online here. Here's the next set of statues. Almost gets him down the flywheel. He needs to get the painting down right now if he wants to avoid this. There is the painting. Excellent job from the painter to stay alive here. Mushin seemed to have a very good start, but we may just see the blink. There's the blink. That's going to get the down onto the painter here. And excellent statue placement. You can see, even though he hadn't played Sculptor in a long time, it still seems to be a character he's quite effective with. So we're gonna see the down there. Keep in mind, if MHX ties this round, they win the series. So if MHX Hunter gets a 4-kill, then the series is over. Because then even if Globe gets a 4-kill in return, that match is tied, which means MHX wins because they're up by too many rounds already. So if this is a 4-kill, it's over. So these survivors need to get at least 1 escape here. We're going to see the rescue onto the painter. Missing the first set of statues. Missing the next set of statues. Painter into a pretty good kiting area here. Let's see if he can get his next painting online. He will have it online in a moment. Another statue hit there. Almost a full presence. He's 1 chip away from full. The painting is going to get him some more distance. Is there a catapult? There's a catapult that's going to get him into hospital. Mushin's going to try to go for the snipe here with the statue. Does he get it? He does not. Excellent job from the painter. And this kite's could continue for quite some time now that he's in the hospital. This is why hospital is such a difficult map for hunters, and why we never really see a lot of teams pick this map. It's just too good for survivors. With the toy merchant support, the survivor can now loop hospital. We're going to see the seer have owl available momentarily. He's going to be able to give owl pretty soon. Knight coming in for the support as well. And now Mushin's going to have a really hard time getting this down. This is just the power of this map on hospital. Does he have full presence? He does. I think does not get that chip there. Knight's going to go for the body block. Gets the hit onto the Knight, though. This will give more time for the painter to get away. Does he just change targets to the Knight here? No, he's going to stay on the painter. There's the chisel. He's got full presence now. Can he snipe the painter here? He does not. Painter dodges the statue. Still has another set. And does get the down there. Seer was not able to use owl. But, I mean, obviously you don't really want to use it for a chip hit.
3 ciphers remaining. First, this is the second time painter has been on the rocket chair, correct?
Yep.
Sorry about that. I step away for a quick second. We are back in. And let's see the situation. 3 ciphers. What's the hunter looking for here?
Well, the hunter's just not really looking for much. I mean, they're looking for, I guess, a tie. So then their survivors can tie and they can just win the series. Because it is hospital, the goal is to not lose as hunter. If you lose as hunter, it's actually somewhat expected because hospital is such a great survivor map. So as a hunter on hospital, you're really just looking for a tie here. If he manages a 4-kill, though, MHX would just win on the spot. Because then even if Glove gets a 4-kill, it's still a tie for the round, which means MHX wins. So a 4-kill would end things completely, but the hunter's really just searching for a tie at this point. Oh, he got an illusion. The painter got an illusion here. Oh, but he gets sniped by the full present statues. Is the cipher primed? 75%. Not going to be ready here. And now Mushin looking like he's on track to get that draw he was hoping for. Chisel onto the last cipher, 90%. He overshoots the chisel here, unfortunately. And looks like the cipher is going to be ready. They're going to go for the endgame pop here.
And once again, this is a very, very, very difficult map for Hunter. And this is why we don't traditionally see Sacred Heart Hospital really being selected, but with it being in the 4th round, becomes a little bit more difficult avoiding the map.
Does catch sight of the seer, who does have an owl. So there's an opportunity for a dungeon escape potentially. Seer's going to take the first chip here. Mushin does have blink. Does he? The question is, does he have it? I don't know if he has detention. He does not have detention. So we're going to see the knight taking the first hit there. Gets sniped by a returning full present statue. He's going to cancel. The ability wears off. Going to push the dungeon. But the problem is Seer's nowhere near dungeon at this point. We're going to see the full present statues here try to connect again. There's the vault. Cancels the ability here. Is there a seer owl? The seer is observing.
There it is.
Baits out the owl. There's the chip. There's the blink to secure the down. And actually, that's just in time. The seer literally just got out the exit gate. That was perfectly timed blink. That was almost a 3-survivor escape there.
That was very, very close, and that's exactly why we saw that blink being utilized there just in case. They almost played that for that 3-person escape, but very good 2-person elimination from Sculptor. So in this scenario, what are they looking for in order to conclude this tournament now in round 4? If they tie it, right? If they just get 2, then at that point, this tournament's over, so they must win now, correct?
So Globe needs to get the hunter needs to at least get a 3 kill here. If they do not get anything less than a 3 kill, then MHX will win. So another thing to take in mind as well is even if Globe Hunter does get a 3 kill, we go into the last round. Remember how I said they need 12 points and win 2 rounds in a row? They have to essentially get a 3 kill and then get a 10-0 last round. Or they can get a 4 kill here and then get a 8-1 last round. So so basically the best route for Globe here is their hunter gets a 4 kill here, the survivors 3 escape in round 5, and their hunter 4 kills again in round 5. And that would just tie it up. That would only tie it and we'd go to overtime. So all that happening, hunter 4 killing here on hospital, survivors then 3 escaping in round 5, then hunter 4 killing again in round 5 would tie things up and send us to overtime. So that's how incredibly difficult it is for Globe here to turn things around.
And so even if they are able to get that 3 kill, would this tournament conclude in the first half of the 5th round if they were able to at least get 1?
It would, yeah. So basically, if
because of the point system.
Yeah, so if there's a 3 kill here, we do go to a 5th round, but then Globe would have to win 10-0 in the last round. So they would have to have a 4 escape and a 4 kill.
Okay.
With a 103 kill here.
And unfortunately, with the software that we have a scoreboard for the 5 rounds, but it's not calibrating well, so it makes it a little bit more difficult on the viewers. But in the future, we'll be working on that, and we'll make sure that we can polish that up as well. So, but we are starting to see some of the survivors and everybody getting into this the pre-lobby. I almost said post-lobby. Almost said post-lobby there. And no selections have been inputted yet to my knowledge, but we are going to switch over now to the band pick phase. And you can see that all the global bands remain down there. So, I mean, there's just so many survivors. And again, both of these teams are showing why when they leave this tournament, everyone's going to keep them on their radar. You know, and I'm very interested to see these two teams go at it in the future as well. Globe over here are the ones who initially push MHX down from the winners bracket, and they also defeated Rival. So this is a very good team. Globe is the one that defeated Rival in the first round, or sorry, in the
Yep.
first series. I think it was their second or third match, which put Rival into that lower bracket. They were able to tie Spencer's Goatman in round one. And so that was extremely impressive. That was one of the biggest upsets probably in the entire server history because nobody really knew of Globe. So you really take such a good team like Rival and dethrone them. And so Globe is the only team that has not lost a match up until this point. And MHX really utilizing this opportunity to remind the server of who they are. These are two very, very good teams. They are
Yep.
very, very good teams, and I'm very excited to see them in the NAEU regional tournament. I do expect both of them to be there, Eli.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, just to think that going in this tournament, we wouldn't know what to expect with what teams would show up, and it's always been there's always been the notion that Rival's the strongest team in the server, and then for Globe to like you said, get a victory against them in this tournament, and then now MHX about to beat the team that beat Rival is insane. I mean, it just goes to show how much depth NAU really has. And it just makes me more excited for Koa to see who's going to come out on top, who's going to represent the server, and who's going to go show the rest of the world what we have to offer. I'm really excited to see that. But and so at the end of the day, looks like we're going to see a new hunter. This is going to be Eric Zhang. So Eric is actually, he is actually the coach, as you guys were asking. But Eric Zhang is actually a top hunter in NAU. He's been a top hunter for about 20, like 15, 20 seasons, I think, unless I'm mistaken with a different person. But Eric has been a top hunter on the NAU server for a very long time. So this is not just like, oh, the coach is going to come in and play. Eric is a top hunter in the NAU server. He's a top hunter. He's been playing for a long time. He's very good. So this is not just they're trolling. He's a very good player. So, and even looking at his profile, he's a peak tier here already this season. So,
And that's
um,
that's good to know. And just for the sake of this
yep,
tournament, in the final week, so there's two things I want to address. In the final week, we allowed teams to increase their player count, and we also allowed dual faction in order to get this tournament moving forward and completed because originally this tournament was supposed to be one weekend, and it went to 2 weekends, then it went to 3 weekends. So we had to start changing those rules. But Eli and I were just talking about this. It is actually an official rule, regardless of these circumstances, where the coach can play if there are
yep,
emergency situations. We actually are seeing this right now. I believe in China Professional League, where something happened to one of the players and the coach has substituted in. So, regardless of the flexibility that we allowed relative to the circumstances of this tournament, there is an emergency rule that does exist in official gameplay where a coach can go in, especially if there's emergency circumstances relative to their players.
yeah, yeah. That's a rule that we actually just learned recently. So,
Shout out to
um,
Knight. I think it's Knight from Sky, Team Sky. Very knowledgeable, very well-versed player. They send screenshots not only of the coach in China playing on the stage, but also the rule book with the actual rule. And I always applaud individuals who hit me up privately on Discord to educate us and let us know about things that we may or may not miss. And again, with the Team Sky, I give you guys a shout out for educating us on that.
yep, absolutely. So, yeah. So here's the deal for Globe. Eric needs to get at least a 3 kill, ideally a 4 kill if they want to make it doable. If they get a 3 kill, it's pretty much over. Globe will have to go 10-0 in the last round, which is that's like that never almost never happens. That's like a 2% chance of happening. It's possible, but it's unlikely. So the goal for Eric is really going to look for a 4 kill here, give him a chance in the last round. The goal for MHX, just make sure they don't lose, just get a tie or better, and they will be the victors of this event here. So let's see what's going to happen. Looks like we have entomologist and perfumer thus far, gravekeeper band as well. They're going to go prospector here as their last pick, which is very interesting. Airplanist and Prospector hasn't showed up on the screen just yet, I think, but maybe it will soon. But Prospector, Airplanist, Airplanist will be the main rescuer, Perfumer, and Entomologist. So I'm really interested to see what character Eric plays. I don't remember what he used. I remember back in the day, Eric, if I'm not mistaken, if it's the same Eric, Eric's played a violinist back when Violinist was considered a strong character. After that, I'm not really sure. I could be thinking of a different because I know there's an Eric with a very similar name. I'm pretty sure it's the same player, and I did check this player's profile as a top hunter currently, so I think it's the same player. But we'll see. I don't know if he actually plays that or not anymore. That's from what I know off the top of my head. Besides that, I'm not really sure.
I, I wish that we could. I wish we could have a tournament with like like just 8 teams and make it finalist rules only. Cause I really enjoy seeing all of these bands. It's so chaotic. I mean, just look at all of those bands. Just to give
Yep.
teams like I remember feeling that way too. I remember feeling so bummed that there's professional teams out there that have never been able to really experience a five round system just because it's reserved only for the finals. And I remember always being bummed out about that because the amount of strategy that goes into a 5 round system, especially with which characters you're picking, which characters you're going forth so they don't enter the global bans, so on and so forth. I mean, it really does make the game so interesting and a little less stale. And so that's why I'm very happy that both of these teams are able to demonstrate that because it's been a very long time since we've been able to see a 5 round. And has been selected. Hey, sorry about that. My mic got cut off and just got selected. So one more time, Eli. I know we keep saying this over and over, but we do have viewers who come in and come out. What is
Yep.
this Ann looking for in order to end this tournament now? Are they looking for a 3-person elimination?
No. So the survivors are looking for a tie or better to win the tournament. The hunter is looking for a 3-kill or 4-kill to force a 5th round, basically.
I thought that's what I said, but I might have confused
You,
it.
you said okay.
No, no,
Well,
no, no. I don't know. I already forgot.
it's okay.
It's been a long 3 weekends, brother man. It's been a
It's all
very
good.
long 3 weekends, let me tell you. And I'm very happy to see Entomologist. I'm very excited to see her. I still have fun playing with her in game.
Um. All right. So we have to see a.
Someone mute Paul. I just snorted. I'm sorry. That was so unattractive. I'm so sorry. Just- All right, and we are going into the spawn selection. Oh god, I sounded like a pig right there. That was embarrassing.
Well, on the bright side, Anne is good against heavy flywheels. Broken Wind is a lot stronger against Anne than Flywheel is. So, as for Prospector and Ento, though, those are very difficult chase targets for Anne. Ento is a very good, strong character against Anne. Prospector is a very strong character against Anne. So realistically, this could be quite challenging for the Hunter. While it may be a heavy flywheel build, which is good for the Anne, the team comp is a little bit challenging. So here we go. Let's see what's going to happen. Where does the Anne opt to chase first? I mean, I'd imagine they'll go for Airplanist or Perfumer. Ento again. Ento and Prospector are terrible chase targets. So it's definitely Airplanist or Perfumer here. It looks like Anne's going to rotate towards middle here into the hospital area where the Airplanist has already found themselves into the birdcage pallet inside hospital. And let's see whether they'll commit to that chase. Anne is also bringing a do or die build. This is a all or nothing build. We have confined space and insolence and no detention. This is 100% all or nothing. Whatever happens, happens. And they're just going to play for a 4-kill and hope they don't get to the end game. Because again, this team of For Globe really needs to get a 4-kill in this situation. Looks like he has caught sight of the Prospector. Not an ideal chase target, as Prospector is known to be a strong counter to Anne. He'll have to use this magnet right about now. There's the magnet. Oh, but he uses the magnet too late. He used the magnet too late. He needed to throw the magnet behind him when the Anne, before the Anne jumped. He used the magnet too late there, and he cancels the attack recovery, and Anne's going to get an early hit. There's the warp. But it's a little bit short here, unfortunately. Prospector can make the pallet, looks
I
like.
think Prospector has a lot of potential here to recover, especially if he's able to use this correctly. And
Oh, he
that, and
misses
that
the cats.
Prospector did exactly what they needed to do right there. Beautiful magnet. And you can see Melly using those bees to try to harass, and that's very good use of such. But did Prospector get stunned right there?
Yeah, he did. And
Okay,
the
just
Ento was
making
not able
sure.
to... Unfortunately, the Ento was not able to push them back. If the Ento was able to get that, they could have definitely lived. But unfortunately, just missing out on that. In the open, it's very difficult to do that. And we see 5 Cypher machines remaining here. Some Cypher progress, about 80% on 2 Cyphers and 50% on another. So it's not a terrible start for the Survivors. Definitely on track to still tie, but it does give a little window of opportunity for the Ant. She's going to cancel the cats to prevent the decoding from being done. Airplane is going to fly in for the rescue here. Here's the hit. There's the save. Will there be bees for support? Looks like no. They're just going to let the Prospector go ahead and rebound kite. Prospector has 1 magnet. Is he able to use it here? Is not able to use the magnet. Gets stunned right before he's able to throw it down. And this kite is going to be cut short. Prospector back on shore for the 2nd time. He's also going to die on statue, which I think is a Cypher machine. Let's see if they're able to pop it. They're not able to pop it. So Ant's able to not only pressure the Cypher, but also down Prospector on the Cypher. These bees are not really going to do a whole lot. I don't think Prospector has struggle speed. So he's just going to get placed on the rocket chair for the 2nd time. 3 Cyphers remaining. Decent progress, but one of the Cyphers is that chair, is next to that chair.
Able to hit that cat. They're in a very good spot here for the rescue. They got to pull this one off. And if they are, then they're going to be in a decent spot. Very good perfume. Are they going to be able to get there in time?
There's the bees. They get the save.
Oh.
They take the stun, but the Prospector gets caught right on the corner of the circle, so he's just going to go down anyway. They're trying so hard to give that Prospector a rebound kite, and they just were not able to do so there. And so now, Eric is going to try to push for that 3 kill here. Let's see if he's able to do it. 3 Cypher machines still remaining.
It was a very good rotation from the entomologist. Very good rotation. Anne's going to use that ability to really pressure that distance and be able to bridge the gap, so to speak.
We're going to see if which target he goes for. Prioritizing entomologists here. Ento, again, pretty good character for kiting against the Anne. The problem... Oh, Anne misses the jump there. Can Ento set up the bees to prevent the next jump is going to be the question. There's the bees. Dropped again. Ento needs to... Anne needs to curve jump, but... There's the curve jump, but the bees are going to stop this here, and it's going to get Ento to the next pallet. And I did cancel the bees on the Ento, which means that she's not able to use the bees here. Good job from the entomologist, sidestepping the swing. Again, the bees are still on cooldown. Flywheel.
Oh, wow!
Beautiful flywheel. Wow.
That was unbelievable. That was a very, very good gameplay right there. Good game sense, utilizing that perfectly. That was fantastic.
Yep. Oh,
Does
wow.
get
Still
the hit
gets...
here.
Still registers a hit through the pallet there. We're going to see the warp most likely to close the distance or change to a new target. Looks like he's going to prioritize the airplanist here. And there's the cat onto the arrow. Arrow goes for the dash. 2 dashes, 3 dashes. Able to get out of range of the cat. Excellent job from this airplanist. Will they go for the swing at the pallet? Nope, just going to go for the pallet break here. And looking around, trying to figure out where these survivors are healing at. Looks like, does she know that they're at
She's going to try
ruins?
to pressure both of these ciphers since both of them have been worked on. Oh, gets it. Entomologist, I don't think they had enough time for the heal, obviously, but we'll see how she uses these bees. But they got to really make sure that they're also getting distance themselves. Oh, just barely is able to get through that.
There's the cat. Gonna go back to the perfumer. Really trying to stop the cipher from being primed. We see airplanist on another cipher at 50%. Eric's doing everything. Eric's doing everything he can to stop this these ciphers from being popped. But the problem is just that it not only is Anne a tie hunter. Hospital is just so hard for for any hunter to play on. Let's see if he can get this stun on the perfumer. There's the perfume. The second cat. Can the perfumer avoid it? Flywheel.
Beautiful.
Wow. Another mind game. Another mind game gets the pallet stun. This perfumer, this player has been doing an excellent job the entire tournament. Um, this player is known as Seven, doing an excellent kite here. Going to take the hit, and let's see how
They
which
are
of the
at that one
ciphers.
cipher now, yeah. And Perfumer's doing a good job at trying to rotate away from that other cipher just in case, but it looks like that other cipher's at 62% now.
We're going to see the stun here, and
Oh, they
he's
almost were
gonna get
able to
knocked
pull that
down.
off. That would have been so impressive. That was very. These survivors are just so unbelievably impressive. They really are. They're just so good.
There's the chair. Now he is chaired on the last cipher. Airplane's gonna need to save this instantly. Let's see if Eric's gonna. Oh, he's not able to cancel. Will they pop? They do pop and go for the end game. Now Airplanes is just gonna go down unless he can fly. Will has a jetpack. He needs to use the jetpack now. There's the jetpack to
And
escape
she
the end.
does.
He's gonna be able to
Yeah,
make it to
she
the
doesn't have
pallet.
detention, right?
Oh yeah, that's right. She also doesn't.
She
have
doesn't have
detention.
detention. It's gonna give him a little bit of wiggle room.
Yep. That's right. He's going for a do or die, an all or nothing build with the insolence and pallet breaking speed. So he's going to go ahead and warp to the exit gate. You see
Exit gate is
Entomologist going to
gonna.
push it, really trying
Yeah,
to get
they
it
might
open in
as
time,
well. No
90%.
detention.
It's going to be open, yeah. Without detention, I don't see how. Unless he can get the stun. The flywheel doesn't matter. He's going to get out the gate. He's going to... Does he get... Oh, okay. He got stuck for a second there, but he's able to get out. Perfumer's out. Aeroplanist is waiting on Dungeon. They're going to 3 escape this. And that's going to be the victory for MHX here in the finals.
There we are. So it is official, right?
It is.
MHX are now the victors of a 64-person double round elimination on NAEU. Wrapping that up in the bottom half of the 4th round. Really showing to everybody that you may not ever forget our name going into the NAEU regionals, the COA coming around late February, but still Globe making a huge impact, letting everybody know we are here and you are not going to forget us. That was excellent gameplay, high tier gameplay, and I think that both of these teams represented this server unbelievably well. They have both been extremely professional working with behind the scenes. They've both of these teams have been fantastic on and off the game, and it has been a privilege for me personally to be able to shoutcast many of their matches throughout this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what a great tournament we saw. And, you know, MHX is a team going into this that I knew about a lot of their players, but I didn't actually know about this team playing together. And you know, what a great finals this was. What a great tournament. 64 teams, double elimination, MHX fighting all the way to the end, working out of the losers bracket, out of the elimination bracket to turn things around. I mean, they lost to this team Globe earlier on in the tournament. The reason why they're in that elimination bracket is because they lost to Globe, and they turn it around and come back and win it, securing themselves the victory in this event. And again, there's just so many exciting things we've seen in this event, whether that's this team Globe getting an upset victory against RVL. We've seen this team MHX. I would say going into this, I thought Globe would be favored. I mean, Globe took down MHX before, they took down RVL before, they took down SMM before, they took down all these incredibly strong teams, and they stayed undefeated all the way to the finals, and MHX just comes out with an extremely dominant performance, just out of nowhere, and just wins 2-0 against M&M, wins SMM, and then wins 3-0 against Globe, which seemed to be the best team in the tournament. I mean, this well-deserved championship, absolutely.
Absolutely. And like as you mentioned before, Globe, that was their first loss in this tournament. So Globe agreed that they only wanted to do a 1-5 round sort of tournament instead of 2. So technically MHX has won one time and Globe is, won against them as well. They're technically tied. So this tournament is going to end knowing that MHX won, but technically in the 3-round elimination aspects of thing, they're 1-1. this tournament is going to end based on that new format, knowing that that was Globe's first loss, but everybody has been so tired and exhausted, including all of the players and all of us. And this was something that those two teams agreed upon. But technically, they're 1-1 now. They're gonna go into the COA regionals. I presume they're going to both make it, and it's gonna be very interesting to see if these two teams go head to head. And I feel like that's very important. And do remember, for those who are watching as well, please remember that Globe was the team that took Rival down in the top bracket. Globe had also beat Potatoes. They also beat MHX. This is a dominant team, and for MHX to come back and be able to rectify such is just an incredible opportunity. But please remember, Globe and MHX have both won one and lost one, and I'm very interested to see what happens with both of these teams in the future.
And it'd be crazy if we got into co-qualifiers and they had that rematch, and we saw the final match between, because they're 1-1 in terms of matches against each other. Imagine we get to co and we see that in qualifiers they go one and they're 1-1, and the winning team will see who wins that. That would be a really exciting match to see. But
Absolutely. And so, on behalf of the entire tournament, I would like to thank all of the competitors, the players. You all have had to make so many sacrifices to make this work. I want everybody to know that we have been able to talk to over 200 players. The future is bright. I will improve on it. You all have been incredibly patient for me. Sorry for the bad moments. Thank you for all the wonderful moments. The last two weekends were much more successful. Even the first weekend had its pros and cons. The graphics, thanks to the developers, the software developers. Thank you to all. Rachel with the graphics. Thank you to the YouTube moderators who we got within the second week. And thank you to all of the staff. You all have been so incredible. The referees, the game makers. Thank you to Tara. Thank you to Paul as the directors. I've put everybody in such uncomfortable positions with how big this tournament was. I take full accountability for that, but you all have made sacrifices in order to make this work, and I cannot stress to you how in debt I am to you all, and I am going to pay that forward by making sure that all of our future tournaments deliver all of the promises that I have been able to make recently, learning from the mistakes, learning from the pros and cons, and thank you to all of the competitors once again for being here. Thank you to Hal yesterday being a shoutcaster. Thank you to Roxon for being a guest appearance, and Eli, thank you as well, my friend. I have appreciated this
absolutely.
opportunity, and thank you for carrying me in so many instances.
No worries. Thank you for having me, and also thank you for yourself for this entire tournament. I mean, this wouldn't happen if you didn't come back. Everybody here, we all know that you have a life. You got a lot of stuff going on in your life, um and IDV is just one of those things that you decided to come back to help out the community, help all of us out. I myself, I've been a huge advocate of this server for so many years, but it's been so hard to get this server attention and get this server positivity in tournaments and such. And you just come back and make this tournament and start supporting this server, and have me here to help out and to commentate and to work with you on this event. Seriously, I'm very honored, and I know everybody watching is super excited that you're back in this community, because I can tell you I am for sure. You were one of the first people that I originally watched when I first got into Identity 5 as a little low tier, and it's really nice for you to be back in this community and helping out NAU, because this is our first step to get in this server the recognition it deserves.
I appreciate that. I feel like we have a lot of shoutcasters that I want out there. Your time will come. Graphic designers who want to get paid for their work, which the ones who have worked with us are also getting paid. You'll have work. Video developers, animators, you will have work. Competitors, eventually, it's my goal to get you all individually sponsored. That would be a nice thought. And I think that that's important for all of the players. That's my new mission in this game. It's not to be a coach, it's not to be a top player. It's to finally get this server onto a different level, and it's going to take a lot of work, but I think what's more impressive is that we had over 2, 3, 400 players all sacrificing time, their real life schedules. I personally saw what happened with my referees and game makers, what happened with their mental health, sacrificing so much time trying to learn all of this. And I really have a lot to thank you all. I think that I came into this hoping that I could help the community. I actually think the community helped me more, and so I'm looking forward to really stepping our game up in the future with everything that I hope that we can bring.
Absolutely. And with that, I want to thank everybody, of course, for being here, for supporting, not only on YouTube, on Twitch, on whatever platform you guys are watching from. Thank you guys so much for that, for all the support, and for keeping us, everybody who kept the positivity up. We appreciate that. We know how this server can be sometimes when it comes to live chats and all that. So for everyone who's positive and all that, and keeping that up, we thank you guys so much for that. Thank you guys so much for everything, and for all the support. And we will see you guys in the near future for sure.
Thank you very much, everybody. I think that's a high note to leave off of, and we will see you very soon.